right now, and I'm actually getting things ready and situated still, so I think it is safe because technically it's easier. I'm using a headset, so I'm not using PlayStation cameras. Well, here's the thing: I won't get demonetized because I'm not. Which that's the truth. I'm just trying to fix the thing. I'm still setting up, so I'm just. Hold on, what? Wow, I didn't know he came back. I need to paste that. How to get, um. Oh no 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 no! Fudge no! Oh, I keep forgetting. I I wasn't ready yet. He said, "Fuck." Well, I already screwed up already, but I'm just setting up the description still. So I'm streaming now, but I'm still starting up still. Because at the screen it says starting up. So I don't have that in there, so don't say that crap. There we go. This is the one I have. One more would be Amazon, and then unas honest. I had to go to Amazon and link the novel I have, so people want to get it or whatever. That's the thing. I'm just getting. Well, it's better to freaking. There it is. That's the one I have. There it is. Okay, now it's on Twitter. I'm gonna... I don't know, just leave that alone for the audience. I don't give a shit about it. That part, that was funny. Here we go. Hold on, I'm gonna go post this in Facebook real quick. That was funny. Here we go. No. Paste. Where's the paste? I have the paste thing somewhere. Anything. I'm gonna post this in Facebook real quick. Alright. 2, 1. Now the stream is on now the stream is on Facebook on the link. And host scene. Now I'm starting streaming now, so let me get my camera set up again. I'm trying to figure out how I got this set up last time. There we go, I got it. This is exactly what it looks like last time. Alright. Now the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna start the recap now. Oh crap, I realized my... No. Keep streaming, keep moving. I had to mute my thing. Okay. Hello everyone, this is Danielthedarkness. We're back at this again. We're gonna finish reading Johnny Got His Gun. And before I continue reading it, I'm gonna do a recap from the first sorry. I'm going to recap of what I just read from the first 6 chapters. The first chapter was what happened to this main character. Second chapter, no. First chapter was death. First chapter was death. I probably pretty much forgot what happened the second, but the second chapter did make me cry. I remember that part because it was talking about the main character's father, like why you went to war. That is not your business. So, and then chapter 6 was about him at his work. Like, it's probably like his job at the bakery in somewhere in Los Angeles, California. And the third chapter was mostly about him and his girl that he left behind. When he was talking about, I'm gonna have my arms around you. Wait, my arms are cut off. So, let's do that to recap a little bit, so to make myself a little bit. Yep, this is definitely the first chapter. Second chapter, the ending made me cry over here. And then the third one was about he was deaf, can't see, and he was worried about... Yeah, the third chapter really was about him and his girlfriend. And the fourth was about his friend that loved a woman named Diane. And then, chapter 5 was about him and his girlfriend again. That's when he lost his legs and feel like drowning. And 6 was actually about the bakery. Now we're going to chapter 7. And we're going to continue from chapter 7 to the ending of the book. We're almost still in part 1 of the book. So I'm finishing the book to the very end, and I'm reading it from word. So chapter 7, here we go. Where where's my bottle of water? I throw a bottle of water here somewhere. There it is. There's a bottle of water. Gonna drink it. This is gonna be a long one. Chapter 7, here we go. He had to stop this. He had to stop things from fading away and then rushing back at him. He had to stop the smutterings and the sinkings and the risings. He had to stop the fear that made him want to yell and holler and laugh and claw himself to death with a pair of hands that were rotting in some hospital dump. He had to get a hold of himself so he could think. This has been going on too long. His stumps were healed over now. The bandages were gone. That meant time had passed. A lot of time. If not time, so he had to come out of it and think. He had to think for himself of Joe Bonham and what he was going to do next. He had to figure things out all over again. It was like a grown man suddenly being stuffed back into his mother's body. He was lying in stillness. He was completely helpless. Somewhere sticking in his stomach was a tube they feed him through. That was exactly like the womb, except a baby in its mother's body could look forward to the time when it would live. He would be in this womb forever and ever. And ever. He must remember that. He must never accept or hope for anything different. This was his life from now on every day, and every hour, and every minute of it. He would never again to be able to say hello, how are you, I love you. He would never again be able to hear music, or whisper of the wind through the trees, or the chuckle of running water. He would never again breathe in the smell of a... Oh, wait. He would never again breathe in the smell of a steak frying in his mother's kitchen, or the dampness of spring in the air, or the wonderful fragrance of sagebrush carried on the wind across a wide open plain. He would never again be able to see the faces of people who made you glad just to look at them, of people like Kareem. He would never again to be able to see sunlight, or the stars, or the little grasses that grow on a Colorado hillside. He would never walk with his legs on the ground. He would never run or jump or scratch out when he was tired. Oh, I mean stretch out. He would never be tired. If the place in which he lay were burning, he would simply stay there and let it burn. He would burn up with it and not be able to make a move. If he should feel an insect crawling all over the stump of his body that remained, he could not move one finger to destroy it. If it stung him, he could do nothing to ease the itch except maybe to write a little against his covers. And this life wouldn't last only today or tomorrow or until the end of next week. He was in his womb forever. It wasn't a dream, it was real. He wondered how he could have gone through it alive. You heard about somebody scratching his thumb, and the next thing you knew, he was dead. The mountain climber fell up the front stoop and fractured his skull and died by Thursday. Your best friend went to the hospital to have his appendix taken out, and 4 or 5 days later, you were standing beside his grave. A little germ like influenza carried of 5, maybe 10 million people in a single winter. Then how could a guy lose his arms and legs and ears and eyes and nose and mouth and still be alive? How did you make any sense of it? There still were plenty of people who lost their legs or just their arms and were living. So maybe it was reasonable to think that a man could live alright if he lost both his legs and arms. If one was possible, probably both were possible. The doctors were getting pretty smart expectantly. Now that they had 3 or 4 years in the army with plenty of raw material to experiment on. If they got you quickly enough so you didn't bleed to death, they could save you from almost any kind of injury. Eventually, they had got to him quickly enough. It was very reasonable when you thought of it. Plenty guys had their hearings smashed from conclusion. Nothing unusual about that. Lots of guys have been blinded. You even read in the papers once in a while about somebody trying to put a bullet through his temple and ending up healthy expected he was blind. So his blindness made sense too. There were plenty guys in hospitals back of the lines who were breathing through tubes, and plenty without chains and plenty without noses. Oh, well, chins and plenty of without noses. The whole thing made sense, only he had combined them all. The shell had simply scooped out his whole face, and the doctors had to got to him soon enough to keep him from bleeding to death. Just nice, clean slice of the shell that somehow missed his judgment, his jugular vein, and his spine. Things had been pretty quiet for a while before he got his. That meant the doctors in the back of the lines had more time to play with him than during an offensive when guys were being brought in by the truckload. That must be it. They had picked him up quickly and hauled him back to a base hospital, and all of them rolled up their sleeves and rubbed their hands together and said, "Well, boys, here's a very interesting problem. Let's see what we can do." After all, they only carved up 10,000 guys back there, learning how. Now they have come upon something that was a challenge, and they had plenty of time, so they fixed him up and tucked him back into the womb. But why haven't he bled to death? He think that with the stumps of 2 arms and 2 legs spewing blood, a man could at least die. There were some mighty big veins in your legs and arms. He's seen guys bleed to death from losing just an arm. It didn't seem reasonable the doctors could work fast enough to stop all 4 falls at once before a man died. Then he thought maybe I just was only wounded in them and just One wounded a little, and they were cut off later, maybe to save trouble or because they were infected. He remembers stories of Generan or Generan. Let me look this word up. I'm sorry. Here we go. One word. One word of this in this final part of this stream. Where is it at? I see this somewhere. Oh yeah. Is it genuine? Oh, genuine. I think. Let me see. GAN. No. There it is.
Gangrene.
Oh, gangrene? Oh! So gangrene is like a disease. Okay. Now I know what it is. He remembered stories of gangrene and of the soldiers found with their limbs filled with maggots. That was a very good sign. If you have a bullet in your stomach and the hole was squirming alive with maggots, then you were all right because the maggots ate away the pus and kept the wound clean. But if you had the same hole and no maggots, you simply festered for a while and then you had gangrene. Perhaps he had no maggots. Maybe he had been able to scare up just a handful of little white worms. He might right now have red legs and arms, just a handful of little white worms. Perhaps when he had picked up, he still had his legs and arms with only a few wounds in them. But by the time they got the important things like his eyes and nose and ears and mouth fixed up, the gangrene he had started in his legs and arms. Then they started hacking. A toe here, a wrist joint there. Oh hell, let's take it off at the hip. That was probably the way. When the doctors are chopping things off, they're always of stopping the blood so that a man doesn't necessarily die from loss of it. Maybe if the doctors had known how he would end up, they would have let him die. But it happened gradually, joint by joint, and so here he was alive and they couldn't kill him, and now because that would be murder. Oh hell, there were a lot of funny things happening in this man's war. Anything can be true. You heard about them all the time. One guy had the whole top of his stomach shot away, so they took skin and meat from a dead man, and they make a flop over the first guy's stomach. They could lift and flap like a window and watch him digest his food. There were whole rooms filled with men who breathed through tubes, and other wards where men ate through tubes and would eat through them the rest of their lives. Tubes were important. Lots of guys would piss through tubes as long as they lived, and there were plenty who had their rear ends shut off. Now their bowels were connected up with holes in their sides or stomachs. What's going on? Wait, what was going on? Okay, that's never mind then. The holes were covered with absorbent bandages because they had no muscles they were to control themselves. And that wasn't all. There was a place in southern France where they kept the crazy ones. They were guys who couldn't talk even though they were in perfect shape. Jesus just got scared and had forgotten how to talk. They were healthy, able-bodied men who ran around on all fours and stick their heads in corners when they were frightened and smelled each other and lifted their legs like dogs and couldn't do anything but whimper. There was a guy, a coal miner, went back to his wife and 3 kids in Cardiff. His face had been burned by a flare one night, and when his wife saw him, she let out a screech and grabbed a hatchet and chopped his head off, and then killed the 3 kids. They found her drinking beer just as cool as a cucumber down in the saloon the same night. Only one thing she was trying to eat, the glass the beer came in. How could you believe or disbelieve any more? 4, maybe 5 million men killed, and none of them wanting to die, while hundreds, maybe thousands, were left crazy or blind or crippled or couldn't die no matter what they heard, how hard they tried. But there weren't many like him. There weren't many guys the doctors could point to and say, here is the last word, here is our triumph, here. It's the greatest thing we ever did, and we did plenty. Here is a man without legs or arms or ears or eyes or nose or mouth, who breathes and eats and is just as alive as you or me. The war had been a wonderful thing for the doctors, and he was was the lucky guy who had provided it by everything they learned. But there was one thing they couldn't do. That might be perfectly able to put a guy back into the womb, but they couldn't get him out again. He was there for good. All the parts that were gone from him were gone forever. That the thing he must remember. That was the thing he must try to believe. When that sank in, he could calm down and think. It was like reading in paper that someone has won a lottery and saying to yourself, there was a guy who won $1 million in one shot. You never quite believed that a man could win against such odds, yet you know he had. Certainly you'd never expect to win yourself, even if you bought a ticket. No, he was just the reverse. He had lost $1 million to one shot. Yet, if he read about himself in a newspaper, he would be able to believe in, even though he knew it was true. And he would never expect it to happen to him. Nobody expected it, but he could believe anything from now on out. 1 million to 1, 10 million to 1, there was always the one. And he was it. He was the guy who had lost. He was beginning to quiet down now. His thoughts were coming through a little clearer, a little more connectedly. He could lie there against his sheet and put things together. He could figure out the small things that were wrong with him. And in addition to the great, down somewhere near the base of his throat, there was a scab that was sticking to something. By tossing his head slightly to the right and then to the left, he could feel the pull of the scab. He could also feel a little tug at his forehead, as if it was a cord that had been tied around there, halfway between his eye sockets and his hairline. He began to puzzle about the cord and why it it pulled when he tossed his head to get the feel of the scab near his neck. In the hole which was the middle of his face, he could feel nothing, so it made it a nice little problem. He lay there tossing to the right, tossing to the left, feeling the pressure and feeling the scrub pull. Then he got it. They had put a mask all over his face, and as it was tied at the top of around his forehead. The mask was evidently some sort of soft cloth, and the lower part of it had stuck to the raw mucus of his face wound. That explained the whole thing. The mask was a square of cloth tied securely and pulled down toward his throat, so that a nurse in her coming and going wasn't vomit at the sight of her patient. It was a very thoughtful arrangement. Now that he understood the purpose and mechanics of the mask, and the scab became a eradication instead of merely a curious thing. Even he was a kid, he could never let a scab quite heal over. He was always picking at it. Now he was picking at the scab by tossing his head and drawing the mask tight. And he couldn't dislodge the mask or start the scab to peeling. The task became a kind of manna with him. The place where the cloth stuck to the scab didn't hurt. It wasn't that. But the whole thing was an annoyance and a challenge and an issue of strength. If he could dislodge the mask, then he was not completely helpless. He tried to stretch his neck so he could rip the cloth from the flesh, but he couldn't stretch far enough. He found himself concentrating all his energy and his mind on that tiny point of irritation. And then, tug by tug, he realized he would never be able to dislodge it. Just so small a thing as a piece of cloth stuck to his skin, yet at all the muscles of his body and all the power of his brain couldn't budge it. That was worse than being in the womb. Babies sometimes kicked. They sometimes turn over in their dark, silent, watery resting places. But he had no legs to kick with, and no arms to thrash with, and he couldn't turn over because he had no leverage in his body to start him rolling. He tried to shift his weight from side to side, but the muscles in what was left of his thighs weren't flexed properly, and his shoulders were cut down so narrowly that they weren't any good. He abandoned the scab and the mask and began to scheme about turning over. He could produce a faint rocket motion, but nothing more. Perhaps with patience he might increase the strength of his back and thighs and shoulders. Perhaps after 1 or 5 or 20 years he could develop such strength that the circle of his rocking would become wider and wider and wider. And then one day, flip-flop, and he'd be turned over. If he could do that, he might be able to kill himself. Because if the tubes which feed his lungs and stomach were metal, the weight of his body might plunge the metal into some vital organ, or at least there were soft rubber. His weight would shut them off, and he would suffocate. but all he could get out of his most violent efforts were that faint rocket motion, and even to produce that made him wet with sweat and dizzy from pain. He was 20 years old and couldn't even summon enough strength to turn over in bed. He had never been sick a day in his life. He had always been strong. He was able to lift a box packed with 60 loaves of bread, with each loaf weighing 1.5 pounds. He had able to throw such a box over his shoulder at the top of a 7-foot root bin without even thinking of it. He had been able to do this not only once but hundreds of times each night until his shoulders and biceps were hard as iron, and now he could only flex his thighs weakly and make them a little lowing motion like a child rocket itself to sleep. Suddenly he was very tired. He laid back quietly and thought about that minor injury had begun to notice. There was a hole in his side. It was just a small hole, but evidently it wouldn't heal. His legs and arms were healed. That took a lot of time. But during all that time of healing, during all these weeks or months, when he had been fainting in and out of things, the hole in his side had remained open. He had been noticing it little by little for a long while, and now he could feel it plainly. It was a patch of moisture inside a bandage, and from it moisture was slipping down his left side in a slick little trail. He remembered the time he visited Jim Tift at the military hospital in Liley. Jim had been put in the ward where there were a lot of guys who had holes here, and they wouldn't heal. Some of them had been lying there, draining and stinking for months. The smell of the ward when you hit it was like the smell of a corpse you stumble over on duty day, on patrol duty, like the smell of a rich, ripe corpse that falls open at the touch of a boot, and sense of a stench of dead flesh, like a cloud of gas. Maybe he was lucky his nose was shut off. It would have been pretty bad to have to lie and smell the perfume of your own body as it rotted away. Maybe he was a lucky guy because with a smell like that constantly in your nose, you wouldn't have much of an appetite. But then, that wouldn't bother him anyhow. He ate regular. He could feel them sliding stuff into his belly, and he knew he was eating alright. Flavor didn't matter to him. Things were getting dimmer and dimmer now. He knew he wasn't fainting again. He was slipping away. It seemed that the blackness in his eyes was changing to something purple, something like twilight blue. He was resting. He was simply lying back after a lot of thinking and hard work and saying, let it run, let it faster, because I can't smell it anyhow. When you have so little left, why should you care if part of it is dying? You lie back, the darkness changes to another shade of darkness. Starless twilight and starless night. Like at home in the evenings, with crickets and frogs and a cow lolling somewhere, and a dog barking away. and the sounds of children playing. Wonderful beauty sounds in the darkness and pace and sleep. Only no stars. The rat came crawling over him stealthily. It came with a sharp little claws up his left leg. It was a great brown trench rat like the ones they used to throw shovels at. It came clawing, sniffing, and smelling and tearing away at the bandage over his over his hide. He could feel its whiskers as they tickled the edges of the draining wound. He could feel its long whiskers as they trailed in the pews, or is it the post from the hole. There was nothing he could do about it. He remembered the face of a Prussian officer that they discovered one day. They just stormed the other trenches of the German position. It was a trench that had been abandoned a week, maybe 2 weeks before. They were all swarmed into a small company on their way forward. They came upon the Prussian officer. He was a captain. He was laying with one leg straight up in the air. The leg was swelled so much the pants looked as they were ready to bust open. His face was swelled too. His mustache was still waxed. Sitting on his neck and chewing away at his face was a fat, contained rat. As they came jumping over into the trench, they got the whole picture. The entrance to a dugout toward which the Prussian had been heading when he was hit. The Prussian with his leg up in the air, the rat chewing. Someone let out a yell, and they were all yelling like crazy men. The rat sat up and looked at them, and then the rat started for the dugout entrance, but he started too slow, yelling and screaming. The pack of them were after him. Somebody ripped off a helmet and hit the rat in its hindquarters. The rat squealed and turned to snap at the helmet. Then it dragged itself into the dugout with all of them after it. They caught in there in the dim light and beat it into red jelly. They were all still for a second. They were kind of foolish. They left the dugout and went in with the ward. He thought about it afterwards. It didn't matter whether the wet was gnawing on your body or a damn German. It was all the time. You're the real enemy was the rat. When you saw it, they're fat and well fed, chewing on something that might be you. Why you went nuts. The rat was eating on him now. He could feel its sharp little teeth as it bit into the edge of the wound, and then he could feel the quick little movements through the rat's body as it chewed. Then it would dig its feet in and scoop a bit more of flesh, and that would hurt, and then it would chew again. He wondered where the nurse was. It was hell of a hospital where they have let rats come right into the wards and chew the customers while they were trying to get some sleep. He wiggled and twisted, but the rat hung on tight. There wasn't anything he could do to scare it. He couldn't hit it or kick at it, and he couldn't yell or whistle to frighten it. The only thing he could do was to go into a slow rocket motion, but the rat eventually liked that because it stayed right there where it was. That was eating very carefully. Now taking the only choicest parts and then squinting it flat on his stomach. With little jaws chewing, he began to realize that the chewing of the rat was not a thing. that would be at least only for 10 or 15 minutes. Rats were smart animals. They know their way around. This one will be could contact to go away and not come back again. It will return from day to day, from night to night, to feed at his carcass until he went crazy. He found himself running through the corridors of the hospital. He found himself upon a nurse, grabbing her by the throat and putting her head into the hole in his side where the rat was still clinging and hollering at her. "You lazy shot." Oh, hollering at her. "You lazy slut. Why you didn't come and chase the rats off your customers?" He was running through the night shrieking, running through a whole series of nights, running through an entirety of nights yelling, "For Christ's sake, somebody take this rat off me." See him hanging there, running through a lifetime of nights and shrieking and trying to push the rat off and feeling that the rat's sink is deeper and deeper. When he had to run without legs until he was tired, and when he had to scream without voice until his throat hurt, he fell back into the womb, back into the quietude, back into the loneliness and blackness and the terrible silence. The terrible silence stops me. Sorry, I gotta do that freaking. No, that's a freaking good thing to. It's a good thing to say that because well, chapter 7 is not very terrifying. It was like, why? So whole thing was it's a good thing he's realizing he is alive, but he got a nightmare he can't even wake up from. And he's trying to scream, but the terrible silence stops him. Then we're in chapter 8. The nurse's hands were on him. He could feel her washing his body and manipulating his flesh and dressing the wound in his side. She used something warm and greasy to dissolve the scab substance that had the mask to that point of irritation near his throat. He felt like a child that has awakened weeping from a nightmare, to find itself safe and snug into his mother's arms. The nurse was company even though he couldn't see or hear her. She was somebody and she was his friend. He wasn't alone any longer. With her at hand, there was no need for him to worry, no need for him to struggle, no need for him to think. The responsibility was completely hers, and he had nothing to fear so long as she was close to him. Instead of the rat gnawing at his side, he felt her cold fingers and the cleanness of new bandages and fresh linen. He knew now that the rat would have been only a dream. He was so relieved to discover this that for a few minutes he almost forgot his fear. And now then relaxing under the nurse's care, he suddenly chilled all over at realization that the rat dream might come again. It was almost a certainty to come again. He knew that the whole dream was started by his thinking of the wound in the side, and his awareness of the wound as he fell asleep brought on the dream of a rat feeding at it. Since the wound remained, it seemed almost certain that the same chain of thought would bring the rat back to him again in his sleep. Each time he fell asleep, the rat would come and sleep instead of being forgetfulness would become a bad as being awake. A guy who could stand a lot when he was awake, but when sleep came, he deserved to forget everything. Sleep should be like death. He knew that rat was a dream. He was sure of it. Short of that. All he had to do was to find some way of getting himself out of the dream when it came. He could remember when he was a kid, used to have nightmares. Funny thing about them was they weren't particularly awful ones either. The worst one was where he seemed to have an ant walking across a sidewalk, and the sidewalk was so big, and he was so small that sometimes he awakened yelling. He was so scared. That was the way to stop nightmares, by yelling so hard you wake yourself up. But hell, that wouldn't work for him now. In the first place, he couldn't yell, and in the second place, he was so deaf he couldn't hear the nurse anyhow. That was no good. He would have to find some other way. He remembered that he got older and different nightmares came. He used to be able to think himself out of them. Just when it seemed the awful thing that was after him now was going to get him, could think in his sleep here. Joe, this is just a dream. It's just a dream, Joe, understand? And then in a little bit, he would open his eyes and look into the darkness around him, and the dream would be gone. The system might work with the rat. Instead of imagining himself running and yelling for help, the next time the rat came, he would just think to himself, this is a dream. And then he would open. But that wouldn't work. He couldn't open his eyes in his sleep in the middle of the rat dream. He might think himself out of it, but how he would be able to prove he was awake if he couldn't open his eyes and look into the darkness? He thought, Jesus, Joe, there must be some other way. He thought it asking very little for a man just to want to be able to prove that he's awake. He thought, come on, Joe, this is the only way you can lick the rat, and you got to do that, so you better figure out some way quick to prove whether you're awake or asleep. Maybe he better start from the beginning. He was awake now. He was sure of that. He had just felt the nurse's hands, and the nurse's hands were real. So when he felt them, he was awake. Even though the nurse was gone now, he is still awake because he was still thinking about the rat dream. If you're thinking about a dream, that's proof you're awake. That's clear enough, Joe. You're awake, and you're trying to get rid of a dream that will come when you go to sleep. You can't wake yourself out of your sleep by yelling because you can't yell. You can't think yourself out of it and prove it's gone by opening your eyes because you haven't got any eyes. Better start in before you go to sleep. Joe, that's the business start in right now. The minute you feel sleepy, like you're going to topple off, just kind of stricken yourself and tell yourself that you're not going to have any dreams about rats, then maybe you should so be ready for it. That it will come. It will come. It won't come. Because once it comes, it's got to... You wake up and you can't be sure that you're awake until you feel the nurse's hands. You can't be absolutely sure till then. So when you feel like you're getting sleepy, just think hard that you're not going to dream about the... Hold on there. How are you going to know when you begin to feel sleepy, Joe? What's going to tell you that you're sleepy? Just how does a guy feel before he topples off to sleep? Maybe he was all tired out from working and he just relaxes in bed, and the first thing he knows, He's asleep. But that's no good for you, Joe, because you never got that tired, and you're in a dream. You're in bed all the time. That's no good. Well, then maybe his eyes burn a little, and he yearns and stretches, and finally his lid drops down. But that's no good either. Your eyes didn't even ever burn, and you can't even yawn and stretch, and you got no eyelids. You're never tired, Joe. You don't need any sleep because you're particularly sleeping all the time. So how can you get sleepy? If you can't get sleepy, you got no warning. And if you got no warning, you can't stiffen yourself in advance against a rat. Jesus, he was in an awful mess. He was in an awful mess. If he couldn't even tell whether he was awake or asleep. But there wasn't any to tell he could think of. When you're going to sleep, you're tired, and you lie down and you close your eyes. And sound dies away, then you sleep. Maybe a normal guy, a guy with eyes to close and ears to hear, can't tell the actual minute he falls asleep. Maybe nobody can. There's a little space between being awake and being asleep. That isn't either one. The two things just melt together, so that without knowing it, you're asleep. And then without realizing it, you're waking up and all of a sudden you're awake. It was a hell of a thing. If even a normal guy couldn't tell how he was going to tell when everything about him was like sleep all the time. 24 hours a day. For all he know, he might be slipping in and out of sleep every 5 minutes or so. His whole life was so much like sleep that he had no way of keeping track. Of course, it stood to reason that he was awake a lot of the time, but only the time he could be positive he was awake when he felt the nurse's hands. And now that he knew that the rat was a dream, and since it was the only dream he could absolutely tie down, the only time he could be sure he was asleep and when the rat was nodding, of course, he might have other dreams besides the rat, just as he might be awake a lot of times when the nurse's hands weren't touching him. Maybe how in the hell could he tell? For example, when he was a kid, he used to daydream. He used to sit back and think of things he would do someday. Or he used to think of things he did last week. But all the time he would be awake. He knew that. Yet with him lying there in bed in blackness and silence, it was different. And thinking over something that happened a while ago, what seemed like a daydream, maybe a real dream, so that he thought of the past, he fell asleep and dreamed about it. Maybe there wasn't any way. Maybe for the rest of his life, he would just have to guess whenever he was awake or asleep. How was he ever going to be able to say, well, I guess I go to sleep now or I just wake up? How was he going to know? And a guy had to know. That was important. It was the most important thing left. All he had was a mind and what he liked to feel that it was thinking clearly. But how he was going to do it exactly when there was a nurse at hand or a rat on him. How he had to do it, that was all. Guys were supposed to develop extra powers when they lost parts of themselves. Maybe if he concentrated on thinking, he would know when he was awake, just like he knew he was awake now. Then when he stopped concentrating, he would know he was going to fall asleep. That means no more dreaming about the past. That means no more of anything but thinking. Then he had get so tired of thinking that he'd be drowsy and he'd fall asleep. He had a mind left, by God, and that was all. It was the only thing he could use, so he must use it every minute he was awake. He must think till he was tireder than he has ever been before. He must think all the time, and then he must sleep. He had to do it, because if he couldn't tell being awake from being asleep, why couldn't he consider himself a grown-up person? If it was bad enough to be shot back into the womb, it was bad enough to think going on for years and years in loneliness and silence and blackness. Whew. But the latest in this inability to tell dreams from thoughts was oblivion. It made him nothing and less than nothing. It robbed him the only thing that distinguished a normal person from a crazy man. It meant that he might be lying and thinking very solemnly about something that seemed important, while all the time he might really be asleep and dreaming the idiotic dreams of a 2-year-old. It robbed him of every respect for his own thoughts. That was the worst thing that could happen to anybody. It was so mixed up that he wasn't sure whenever the nurse or the rat was real. Maybe neither was real. Maybe both were real. Maybe nothing was real, not even himself. Oh God. And would it be that wonderful? Damn. That was chapter 8. Now we're in chapter 9. I'm not giving up till I'm done reading the book. Wow! I'm almost done with the book already. Okay. So, in this second, I'm gonna... Well, sorry. So about chapter 8 is letting Joe to realize how can he, when he's awake, he can actually think. When he's thinking to himself, to put himself to sleep, that's the only thing he can tell he's asleep. And so, now we're in chapter 9. The campfire was built in front of the tent, and the tent was under an enormous pine. When you slept inside the tent, it seems always that it was raining outside, because the needles from the pine kept falling. Sitting across from him, and staring into the fire, was his father. Each summer, they come to this place, which was 9,000 feet high and covered with pine trees, and dotted with lakes. They fished in the lakes, and they slept at night. The roar of water from the streams which connected the lakes sounded in their ears all night long. They had been coming to this place since he was 7. Now he was 15, and Bill Harper was going to come tomorrow. He sat in front of the fire and looked across at his father, and wondered just how he was going to tell him it was a serious thing. Tomorrow, for the first time in all their trips, he wanted to go fishing with some other than his father. On previous trips, the idea had never occurred to him. His father always preferred his company so that of men, and he had always preferred his father's company to that of the other guys. But now Bill Harper was coming up tomorrow. He wanted to go fishing with him. He knew it. It was something that had to happen sometime. Yet he also knew that it was the end of something. It was an ending and a beginning, and he wondered just how should he tell his father about it. So I told him very casually. He said to Bill Harper's coming up tomorrow, and I thought maybe I go out with him. He said Bill Harper doesn't know very much about fishing, and I do so. I think, if you don't mind, I get up early in the morning and meet Harper, and he and I will go fishing. For a little while, his father didn't say a thing. Then he said, "Why, sure, go along, Joe." And there, or a little later, his father said, "Has Bill Harper got a rod?" He told his father, "No, Bill hasn't got a rod." Well, said his father, "why don't you take my rod and let Bill use yours? I don't want to go fishing tomorrow anyhow. I'm tired and I think I'll rest all day, so you may use my rod and let Bill use yours." It was simple as that, and yet he knew it was a great thing. His father's rod was a very valuable one. It was perhaps the most exquisite his father had in his whole life. It had amber leaders and beautiful silk windings. Each spring his father sent the rod away to a man in Colorado Springs was an expert on rods. The man in Colorado Springs carefully scrap the furnish off the rod and renew it, and it was refurnished. It came back glistening new each year. There was something his father treasured more. He let a little lump in his throat as he thought that even as he was deserting his father for Bill Harper, his father had volunteered the rod. They went to sleep that night in the bed which they lay against the floor of pine needles. They have scooped the needles out to make a little hollow place for their hips. They lay awake quite a while thinking about tomorrow, and his father, who slept beside him. Then he fell asleep at 6 o'clock. Bill Harper whispered to him, the tent flap. He got and gave Bill his rod and took his father's for himself. And then he went, awakening his father. It was growing dark when a terrible thing happened. There was a rowboat trolling the spinners. They had been both lines out when he was rowing, and Bill Harper was at the stern sitting down facing him and holding a rod out on each side of the boat. It was very quiet, and the lake was glassy still. They were both feeling a little dreamy because they had such wonderful time all day. Then there was a sharp whirring sound as a fish struck. The rod leaped out of Harper's hands, and disappeared into the water. Both of them made wild grabs for it, but they were too late. It was his father's rod. They fished around for more than an hour with the other rod, with the oars of the boat, hoping to rise, as they knew all the while there was no chance. His father's wonderful rod was gone, and they would never see it again. They beached the boat and cleaned the fish, and they have caught. And then they went all over the general store for root beer. They drank their root beer and talked into hushed tones about the rod. Then he left Bill Harper all the way to the tent, walking under the pine trees. Over the short needle carpets, and hearing the sound of the streams rushing down the mountain and seeing the stars in the sky, he thought about his father. His father and mother never had much money, but they seemed to get along alright. They had a little house set far back on a long wide lot near the edge of town. In front of the house there was a space of lawn, and between the lawn and the sidewalk his father had a lot of room for gardening. People would come from over town to admire his father's garden. His father would get up at 5 or 5:30 in the morning to go out and relegate the garden. He would come home from work in the evenings, eager to return to it. The garden in his ways was his father's escape from his bills and success stories and the job at the store. It was his father's way of creating something. It was his father's way of being an artist. At first, he had lettuce and beans and peas and carrots and onions and beets and radishes. Damn, that's a lot. Then his father got consent from the man he owned the vacant lot next door to use the lot for gardening space also. The man who was glad enough to have his father use it because it would save him the expense of burning the weeds off in the fall. So, on the vacant lot, his father raised sweet corns and summer squash and cantaloupes and watermelons and cucumbers. He had a great hedge of sunflowers around it. The sunflower hearts were sometimes a foot across. The seeds made fine food for the chickens. In a little patch that had shade half of the day, his father planted ever-bearing strawberries. So they had fresh berries from spring until late fall. In the back of the house in Shaw City, they had chickens and rabbits, and he had some bantams for pets. 2 maybe 3 times a week. They had fried chicken for dinner, and then it didn't seem like a luxury. In the winter, they had stewing hens with dumplings and potatoes from their own vines. During the season, when the chickens had laid a lot of eggs and the eggs were cheap at the store, his mother took extra eggs from the hen house and put them up in big crocks of water glass. And then winter came and eggs were expensive and hens were laying. She went down into the cellar and got her eggs for nothing. Then they kept a cow, and his mother churned their own butter, and they had buttermilk. The milk sat in pans on the back porch, and in the morning, the milk from the night before was covered with yellow cream almost as heavy as leather. On hot summer Sundays, they made ice cream using their own cream and their own strawberries, and particularly everything else their own except the ice. On the far side of the vacant lot, his father and 6 stands of bees, so that every fall they had plenty of honey. His father would go out to the bee stand and pull out the sections and check on the cells, and if stem was weak, he would destroy all the queen cells and perhaps even clip the queen's wings so she wouldn't swarm and split the hive. As soon as the weather get below freezing, his father went out to nearby farmers and bought fresh meat. There would be a quarter of beef and maybe a half a hog hanging on the back porch, frozen through and always fresh. When you wanted a steak, you simply took a saw and you sawed the steak off, and besides being better, it didn't cost you anything, like the butcher shop's charge. In the fall, his mother spent weeks canning fruit By the end of the season, the cellar was packed. You would go down there, and beside the great crux of water glass eggs, there would be mason jars of every kind of fruit you could want. There would be apricot preserves and orange marinade and raspberry jam and blueberry jam and apple jelly. There would be hard-boiled eggs canned and beet juice and bread and butter, pickles and salted cherries and chili sauce. If you ever went down in October, you would find 3 or 4 heavy fruitcakes, black and moist and filled with citron and nuts. They would be the coolest corner of the cellar, and they could be carefully wrapped with damp cloths against the Christmas season. All these things they have, yet his father was a failure. His father couldn't make any money. Sometimes his father and mother talked together in the evenings about it. So and so had gone to California and made a lot of money in real estate. So and so had gone and made a lot of money by just lurking in the chain shoe store until he got to be a manager. Everybody who went to California made money and was a success. But his father in Salt City was a failure. It was hard to understand how his father could be such a big failure when you stop to think about the thing. He was a good man and an honest man. He kept his children together, and they ate good food, fine food, rich food, better food than people ate in the cities. Each rich people in cities couldn't get vegetables as fresh or as crisp. They couldn't get meat as well cured. No amount of money could buy that. Those things you need to have to raise for yourself. His father had managed to do, even though to the honey they used on the hot biscuits his mother made. His father had managed to produce all those things on 2 city lots, and yet his father was a failure. He saw the tent rising ahead of him out of the mountainside, like a small white cloud in the darkness. He thought about the rod again, and then he knew, while his father was a failure, it wasn't that his father didn't provide for his family and keep them in clothes and food and pleasures. It was very plain now. His father didn't have enough money to buy another rod. Even though the rod was his father's most cherished possession now, that it was gone, he wouldn't have enough money to buy another, and he was a failure. When he got to the tent, his father was in bed and asleep. He stood for a moment looking down at his father. Then he went out and strung up his fish. He returned to the tent and undressed quickly got into bedside. His father stirred. He knew it was no good. Waiting until morning, he had to tell his father now. His voice wouldn't come clearly when he came to talk. It wasn't if he was afraid of what his father might say. It was because he knew that his father would never be able to have a rod as good as the one that was gone. Dad said, "Dad," he said, "we lost your rod. We got a quick strike, and then before we knew it, the rod was in the water. We hunted around for it and fished with the oars, but didn't get it, so it's lost." It seemed like 5 minutes before his father made a sound, but he turned slightly over in bed. He felt like his arms suddenly thrown over his chest. He felt like it was a warming, comforting pressure. Comforting pressure. "Well," said his father, "I didn't think we should let a little thing like a fishing rod spoil our last trip together, should we?" There was nothing to say, so he just laid still. His father had known all along that it was really their last trip together. From now on the summers, he would come up camping with guys like Bill Harper and Clay Hogan and the rest of them. And his father would come on fishing trips with men. It had just happened that way. It had to happen that way. Maybe he lay there in bedside because his father, with the two of them jackknifed together in the way they always slept best, and his father's arm around him, and he blanket back to tears. He and his father had lost everything, themselves and the rod. He awakened to think of his father and wondered where the nurse was. He awakened alone, lonelier, and than he had been since he could remember. He was lonely for Soul City and his pleasant ways. He was lonely for the one look, for one smell, for one taste, for one word that would bring Soul City and his father and his mother and his sisters back to him. Before he was so cut off from them that even if they were standing beside his bed, they would be as distant as if they were 10,000 miles away. Damn. So, chapter 9 was really about his relationship with his dad, and he knew his dad was a failure, and his mom was still freaking good at cooking. Making shit still, but damn. Well, this is the finale, so we can't just give up now. We're almost there. Almost there to the end, so. So. His dad was a failure, but he used to be a success. But now, Joe really wished for his mom, his dad, and his sisters to be at his bedside, because he was lonely. Lying on your back without anything to do and anything and anywhere to go was kind of like being on a hill for away from noise and people. It was being on a camping trip all by yourself. You have plenty of time to think. You have time to figure things out. Things you never thought of before. Things like for going to war. You were so completely alone on your hill that noise and people didn't enter into your figuring things at all. You figured only for yourself without considering a single little thing outside yourself. It seemed that your thought clearer, and that your answers make more sense. And even if they didn't make sense, it doesn't matter because you weren't even going to be able to do anything about them anyhow. You fought here. You are Joe Bunham, lying in a side of beef the rest of your life, and for what? Somebody taped you on the shoulder and said, "Come along, son, we're going to war," so you went, but why? In any other deal, even like buying a car or running an errand, you had the right to say, "What's there in it for me?" Otherwise, you'd be buying bad cars for too much money or running errands for fools and starving to death. It was kind of duty you owned yourself. Then when anybody said, "Come on, son, do this or do that," you should stand up and say, "Look, mister, why should I do this for who am I doing it? And why am I going to get out of it in the end?" But when a guy comes along and says, "Here, kill me and risk your life and maybe die or be crippled," or "Why, there you got no rights," You haven't got the right to say yes or no. I'll think it over. There'll be plenty of laws to protect guys, money even in wartime, but there's something on the books saying a man's life's his own. Of course a lot of guys were ashamed. Somebody said, let's go out and fight for liberty. And so they went and got killed. Well, even ones thinking about liberty. And what kind of liberty they were fighting for anyway. How much liberty and whose idea of liberty? They were fighting for liberty and of eating free ice cream cones all their lives, or for the liberty of robbing anyone they please whenever they wanted to, or what? You tell a man he can't rob and can't take some of his liberty, you got to. What the hell does liberty mean anyhow? It's just a word like house or table or any word. It's only a special kind of word. A guy says house and he can point to a house to prove it, but when a guy says come let's fight for liberty and he can't show you liberty, he can't prove the thing he's talking about. So why in the hell can he be telling you to fight for it? Nobody, no sir, anybody who went out and got into the front line trenches to fight for liberty was a goddamn... Damn it! I said the wrong word! Ah, no. What? I can't believe... it should be a fool. And the guy who got him there was a liar. Next up, anybody came grabbing to him about liberty. What did he mean next time? There was gonna be any next time for him. But hell with that. If there could be the next time somebody said, let's fight for liberty, and he would be saying, hey, mister, my life is important. I'm not a fool. When I swept my life for liberty, I got to know in advance what liberty is, and whose idea of liberty we're talking about, and just how much of that liberty we're going to have. And what's more, mister, are you as much interested in this liberty so you want me to be, and maybe too much liberty would be as bad as too little liberty, and I figure a goddamn for fluster talking through your hat, and I decided that I liked the liberty I got right here, and the liberty to walk and see and hear and talk and eat and sleep with my girl. I think I like that liberty better than fighting for a lot of things we don't get and opening up without any liberty at all. Ending up dead and running before my life is even being good or ending up like a side of beef. Thank you, mister. You fight for liberty. Me, I don't care for some. Hell, fire guys, had some of them been fighting for liberty, America fought a war for liberty in 1776. Lots of guys died. And in the end, does America have any more liberty than Canada or Australia, who didn't fight at all? Maybe so. I'm not arguing, I'm just asking. Can you look at the guy and say, here's an American who fought for his liberty, and anyone can see he's a very different guy from a Canadian who didn't? No, by God, you can't. And that's that. So maybe a lot of guys with wives and kids died in 1776 when they didn't need to die at all. They're dead now anyway. So, but that doesn't do any good. A guy can think being dead a human hundreds from now and doesn't even mind it, but to think of being dead tomorrow morning and to be dead forever, to be nothing but dust and stink the earth, is that liberty? Holy shit. They were always fighting for something, the bastards. And if they dared say, the hells with fighting is all the same, each war is like the other, nobody gets a good out of it. Why they coward if they weren't fighting for liberty and they were fighting for independence or democracy or freedom or decency or honor or their native land or something else that didn't mean anything. The war makes to make the world safe for democracy, for the little countries, for everybody. If the war was over now, then the world must be all safe for democracy. Was it? And what kind of democracy? And how much? And worse? Then it was this freedom the little guys were always getting killed for? Was it freedom from another country? Freedom from work or disease or death? Freedom from your mother-in-law? Please, mister, give us a bill of sale on this freedom before we go and get killed. Give us a bill of sale drawn up plenty so we know in advance what we're going to get killed for, and give us also a first mortgage on something as a security so we can be sure after we won on your war that got some kind of freedom we bargained for. And take decency. Everybody said America was fighting a war for the triumph of decency. But whose idea of decency? And decency for who? Speak up and tell us what decency is. Tell us much better a decent dead man feels than an innocent live one. Make a comparison. There's facts like houses and tables. Make it in the words we can understand. And don't talk about honor. The honor of Chinese or Englishman or African Negro or American or a Mexican. Please tell you guys who want to fight to preserve our honor. Let us know what the hell honor is. Is it American honor for the whole world we're fighting for? Maybe the world doesn't like it. Maybe the South Sea Islanders like their honor better. For Christ's sake, give us things to fight for. We can see and feel, know and pin down and understand. No more highfalutin words that mean nothing like native land, motherland, fatherland, homeland, native land. It's all the same. What the hell good to you? Is your native land after all, after you're dead? Whose native land is it after you die, after you're dead? If you get killed for fighting for your native land, you put a pig in a poke. You pay for something you never collect. And when they couldn't hook the little guys into fighting for liberty or freedom or democracy or independence or decency or honor, they tried the women. Look at the duty Huns. They would say, look at them and how they raped the beautiful French and Belgian girls. Somebody got to stop all that raping. So come on, little guy, join the army and save the beautiful French and Belgian girls. So the little guy got bewildered and signed up, and little while a shell hit him and his life spattered out of him in a red meat pulp, and he was dead. Dead for another word, and all the fierce outbats of the DAR get out and hose over his grave because he died for womanhood? Now it might be that guy would risk getting killed if his woman were being raped. But if he did, why he was the only striking a bargain? He was simply saying that according to the way he felt, at the time the safety of his women was worth more than his own life. Maybe there wasn't anything particularly noble or heroic about it. It was straight deal his life for something he valued more. It was more or less like an ordeal a man might make. But when you change your women to tell the women in the world why you to defend women to be in the bulk, to do that you have to fight in the bulk. And by the time you're fighting for a word again. When armies began to move and flags were wave and slogans pop up and watch out, little guy, here's is somebody else, chestnuts in the fire, not yours. It's words you're fighting for, and you're not making an honest deal in your life for something better. You're being noble, and after you're killed, the thing you traded your life for won't do any good, and the chances are it won't do anybody else any good either. Maybe that's a bad way to think. There's a lot of idealists around who say we got so low that nothing is more precious than life. Sure, there are ideas worth fighting for even dying for. If not, then we are worse than the beasts of the field and have sunk into bar bar barbarity. Oh, barbarity. Then say that it's alright, let's be barbarous just as long as we don't have war. You keep your ideas as long as they don't cost me my life. And then you say, but surely life isn't as important as principle. Then you say, oh no, maybe not yours, but mine is. What the hell is principle? Name it. You can have it. You can hear the people who are willing to sacrifice somebody else's life. They're pretty loud and they can talk all the time. You can find them in churches and schools and newspapers and legislatures and Congress. That's their business. They sound wonderful. Death before dishonor. This ground sanctified by blood. These men who died so gloriously, they shall not have died in vain. Our noble dead. What did we do the dead say? Did did anybody ever come back from the dead? Any single one of the millions who got killed, did any of them ever come back and say, God, I'm glad I'm dead because death is always better than dishonor? Did they say, I'm glad I died to make the world safe for democracy? Did they say I like death because then losing liberty? Did any of them ever say it's good to think I got my guts blown out for the honor of my country? Did any of them ever say, look at me, I'm dead, but I died for decency and that's better than being alive? Did any of them ever say, here I am running for 2 years in a foreign grave, but it's wonderful to die for your native land? Did any of them say, hooray, I died for womanhood, and I'm happy to see I sing even though my mouth is choked with worms? Nobody but the dead know whatever all these things people talk about are worth dying for or not, and the dead can talk. And the dead can talk. So the words... Oh, wait, my camera messed up. My camera messed up. I realized that. I fucked up my camera. Let me check my stream thing. Okay, it's back to normal now. Okay. Yep, I got it fixed. Yep, I got it fixed. So, where is it? Englishman, womanhood, where is it at? Oh yeah, right here. Dead can't talk. So the words about noble deaths and sacred blood and honor such are all put in dead lips by grave robbers and fakes who have no right to speak for the dead. If a man says death before dishonor, he is either a fool or a liar, because he doesn't know what death is. He isn't able to judge. He only knows about living. He doesn't know anything about dying. If he is a fool and believes in death before dishonor, let him go ahead and die. But all the little guys who are too busy to fight should be left alone. And all the guys who say death before dishonor is pure bull. The important thing is life before death. They should be left alone too, because the guys who say life isn't worth living without some principles so important you're willing to die for, they're all nuts. And the guys who say, you'll see there come a time you can't escape. You'll be going to have to fight and die. Because it meant your very life. Why they are oh so nuts. They're talking like fools. They're saying that the two and the two make nothing. Damn. They are saying that a man who die in order to protect his life, if you're agreed to fight, you're agreed to die. Now, if you die to protect your life, and you're alive anyhow, so is there any sense in a thing like that? A man doesn't say, I will starve myself to death to keep from starving. He doesn't say, I will spend all my money in order to save my money. He doesn't say, I will burn my house down in order to keep it from burning. Why then should we be willing to die for the privilege of living? There ought to be at least as much common sense about living and dying as is there going to be to the grocery store and buying a loaf of bread. And all the things who died, and all the million or 7 million or 10 million who went and died to make the world safe for democracy, to make the world safe for words without meaning, how did they feel about it just before they died? How did they feel as they watched their blood pump out into the mud? How did they feel when the gas hit their lungs and began eating them away? How did they feel as they lay crazed in hospitals and looked death straight in the face and saw him came and take them? If the thing they were fighting for was important enough to die for, then it was only important enough for them to be thinking about in the last minutes of their lives. There's such a reason. Life is awfully important, so if you've gotten it away, you ought to think with all your mind and in the last moments of your life about the thing you traded it for. So you didn't these kids, those kids die and think of democracy and freedom, liberty and honor and the safety of the home and the stars and stripes forever. You goddamn right they didn't. The dead crying in their minds like little babies. They fought the thing they were fighting for, the thing they were dying for. They thought about things a man can't understand. They died yearning for the face of a friend. They died whispering for the voice of a mother and a father, a wife, a child. They died with their hearts sick for no more look at the place where they were born. Please, God, just one more look. They died mourning and sighing for life. They knew what was important. They knew life was everything. And they died with the screams and sobs. They died with only one thought in their minds. And it was, I want to live. I want to live, I want to live. He ought to know he was the nearest thing to a dead man on earth. He was a dead man with a mind that could still think. He knows all the answers that the dead knew and couldn't think about. He could speak for the dead because he was one of them. He was the first of the soldiers who had died since the beginning of time who still had a brain left to think with. Nobody could dispute with him. Nobody can prove him wrong. Nobody knew but he. He could tell all these high-talking, murdering son of a bitches who screamed for blood just how wrong they were. He could tell them, mister, there's nothing worth dying for. I know because I'm dead. There's no word worth your life. I'd rather work in a coal mine deeper under the earth and never see sunlight and eat crust and water and work 20 hours a day. I would rather do that than be dead. I would trade democracy for life. And I would trade independence and honor and freedom and decency for life. I will give you all these things. You give me the power to walk and see and hear and breathe the air and taste my food. You take the words. You give back my life. I am not asking for a happy life now. I am not asking for a decent life or an honorable life or a free life. I'm beyond that. I'm dead. So I'm simply asking for life. To live. To feel. To be something that moves all over the ground and isn't dead. I know that what death is, and all you people who talk about dying for the words don't even know what life is. The world ever saw. Not even if you're great, your name would never be forgotten. And who's that great? The most important thing is your life, little guys. You're worth nothing dead except for speeches. Don't let them kid you anymore. Pay no attention when they tap you on the shoulder and say, "Come along, we got to fight for liberty," or whatever their word is. There's always a word. Just say, "Mister, I'm sorry, I got no time to die. I'm too busy," and then turn and run like hell. If they say coward, why you don't pay any attention, because it's your job to live, not to die. If they talk about dying for principles that are bigger than life, you say, "Mister, you're a liar." Nothing is bigger than life. There is something noble in death. What is noble about lying in the ground and rotting? What is noble about never seeing the sunshine again? What is noble about having your legs and arms blown off? What is noble about being an idiot? What is noble about being blind and deaf and dumb? What is noble about being dead? Because when you're dead, mister, it's all over. It's the end. You're less than a dog. You're less than a dog. You're less than a rat. You're less than a bee or an ant. Less than a little white maggot crawling around on a dog heap. You're dead, mister. You're died for nothing. You're dead, mister. Dead. Damn, that was fucking good. That was good. That was good. Oh my god. That was good. That was freaking good. Holy shit. That was a good fucking part. I love that. That is the anti-war. That is the anti-war. Anti-war. Chapter 10 was holy... Chapter 10 was nothing about anti-war. Nothing about anti-war. And you just say, "Mister, why are you telling me to fight for a war that ends nothing?" That is... Oh my god. I need to get a tissue for that. That was good. I'm tearing that. That was beautiful. That was fucking beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh my god. Like, Joe said, "Mister, I want my legs, I want my eyes, I want my taste back, I want my whole life back." Holy shit. This is anti-war. And that's great. Chapter 11. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times... Oh, shit. Okay. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 4 is 16. 16 times 16 is 256. 256 times 256 is... Oh, well. That's far enough, anyhow. Alright then. 2 times 3 is 6. 6 times 6 is 36. 36 times 36 is 576. 576. And hell, that wasn't any good. Oh my god! Oh my god, what do you mean that's not any good? That is good. You know to do times tables. That's as far he can go. That was the trouble with the numbers. They got so big you couldn't even handle them, and even though if you could, they got you nowhere. Try something else. Lie and lay. No, I lay me down to sleep. I laid those flowers on the table. Unlike them on the table, I lie down to sleep. He lay there for 3 hours. I laid this book down. Why the hell, why not put it down and be done with it? Who is there? Whom is there? Of whom to who, of who is whom? Between you and I, and the gatepost. Between you and me. Between us, that's much better. There's nobody like her. Nobody like she. Nobody like she is. Nobody like her is. Nobody like her. Daniel Copperfield had a tough time when he was appreciated to Mr. Walkaber, Macabre, who believed everything would turn out well. That was Aunt Dorothy, or something like that. David ran away from her. His mother had big brown eyes and was gentle, and Barkis was willing. The father was dead. Old Scrooge was taught, and Tiny Tim said, "God bless us all," that was putting round like a cannonball with fire. Tiny Tim was a cripple. The last of the Mohicans, and with the Iroquois, was he or wasn't he, or and when did Leather Stocking came in? Have a league. Onward into the Valley of Death, rode the 600. Noble 600. There's not to reason why there's to be to do or die. Nothing more. When the frost is on the pumpkin, and the father's in the shop, when you hear the ta-dee-dum-dee from the ta-dee-da turkey cock. What the fuck? What? No good. Maybe something else. There are 8 planets. There are Earth, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 more. He didn't know. A star flicking and the planet was steadily light. He couldn't remember. Thou shalt not have any other gods before me. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt honor thy father and mother. Thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's orcs, or not, nor his nor his manservant, or his maidservant. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Not enough? Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the poor, for thou shalt see God. Blessed are the who hunger and thirst after righteousness' sake, for shall do something in order he cannot remember. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leathered me beside the green pastures. He leathered me beside the cool waters. He anointeth my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Yea, through I walk in the valley of death, I fear no evil, for thy rod and thy buckler, they comfort me. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life. I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. That was pretty good. That was the best yet. Hell, the trouble with him, he didn't know anything. He didn't know a thing. Why haven't they taught him something he could remember? Why didn't he have something to think about? Here, he was nothing to do but think. He didn't have anything to fall back on. All he could do is remember was himself, his life, and that was bad. His mind was the only thing he had left. And he had to find something to use it for. Only he could use it because he didn't know anything. He was arrogant as a baby. when he really tried to think. Excuse me. If he could remember a book chapter for chapter, he could lie back and read it over and over again in his mind. Only he couldn't remember. He couldn't even remember the plots, much less the chapters. Only a little bit here and a little bit there. It wasn't that he had forgotten how to remember. It was just how he paid any attention. So he had nothing worth remembering. He was a man. He was alive. He would never be alive for a long time, and he had to have something to do, something to think about. He had to start like a baby and learn. He had to concentrate. He had to start in at the beginning. He had to start with an idea. The idea had been seen in his head for a while, for a long while. Just how long he didn't know, and the idea was just this as opponent thing as this time. He remembered from ancient history in the 10th grade that way back, even before Christ, the first man who began to think were thinking of time. They studied the stars and figured out the week and the month and the year so that there would be some way of measuring time. That was smart of him because he was about this in the same fix they were, and he knew that time was the most important thing in the world. It was the only important thing, and it was everything. If he can't keep track of time, you can hold on yourself and keep it in yourself in the world. But if you lose it, why then you are lost too. The last thing that ties is with the other people is gone, and you're all alone. You remember how the Count of Monte Cristo, when he was put into the dungeon down there in the darkness, kept a record of time. He remembered how Robinson Crusoe was a very careful to keep track of time, even though he had never had any appointments. No matter how far you are separated from other people, if you have an idea of time, when then you are in the same world with them and you are a part of them. But if you lose time and others go ahead of you and you are left alone, hanging in the air, lost to everything forever. All he knew that was a day in September in 1918. Time stopped. There was a hole somewhere in, and he dived into a dugget, and things blotted out, and he lost time. From that instant to the present, he might as well figure out that there was a chunk of time he could never regain, even if he discovered a way to check up on time from now on. That which was gone was lost forever, and he would always live behind the rest of the world because of it. He could remember nothing after the explosion until he woke up and realized he was deaf. His wounds were very serious, and he might have been unconscious for 2 weeks, 2 months, 6 months before he awakened. Who could tell? And then afterwards, the faintings in and out, and long periods when he simply lay between thinking and dreaming and imagining things. When you're completely unconscious, there is not just Vegas time, as it goes like a nap of your in the sum of your fingers. You're awake and you're awake again with no idea how long a time passed between. Then you're fainting in and out. You must be shorter than a normal person because you're really half crazy and half awake, and time bunches up on you. They said his mother was in labor in 3 days when she had him, and yet it was all over. She figured out she had been in labor for about 10 hours. Even with pain and everything, time had seemed shorter to her than it really was. Now, if all this was true, he probably had lost more time than he suspected. He might even have lost a year, 2 years. The idea gave him a funny, prickling feeling. It was a kind of fear, yet not any ordinary fear. It was more than a panic. It was the panicky dread of losing yourself, even from yourself. It made him a little sick at his stomach. The idea had been taken from in his head for a while, the idea of trapping time and getting himself back into the world, but he hadn't been able to concentrate on it. He had drifted off into dreams, or he had found himself suddenly in the middle of thinking of something internally different. Once he thought he had the problem solved by the visits of the nurse. He didn't know how many times she came in his room every 24 hours, but she must have a schedule. All they had to do was to count the seconds, then the minutes, then the hours between each visit she made up until he had 24 hours counted. And then after that, he would be able to figure out the days simply by counting her visits. There would be no danger of a slip-up, because the vibration of her footsteps always awakened him. Then just in case of the spacing of her visits might be changed sometime, he could figure out the things like the number of his bowel movements each day. He could also figure out the other things, which happen maybe only 2 or 3 or 4 times a week, like his baths and changing of his bed, clothes and mask. Then if any of these things change, he could check up on it by the others. It took a long time to make his mind stick on the idea, long enough to figure out this formula before he wasn't used to thinking, but in the end, he thought it through and start putting into effort. The instant the nurse left him, he began to count. He counted to 60, which meant a minute, and as nearly he would ever be able to figure it out. Then, in one side of his mind, he checked up the minute he had measured, and began counting from 1 to 60 again. The first he tried, he counted to 11 minutes before his mind slipped off the track, and his fingers were lost. It happened like this. He counted all along on the seconds, which all of a sudden he thought, maybe you're counting too fast. And then he thought, remember, it seems like to take a sprinter an awful long time to run 100 yards, yet it does it in only 10 seconds. Then he slowed down his counting, while he watched an imaginary sprinter step up 100 yards. Then he was in the middle of a high school track, meet Shaw City against Montanoche, watching Ted Smith run the 100-yard dash and win with his head high, looking for the tape, and all the kids from Shaw City yelling their heads off, and then he had lost count. That meant he had a wait all over again for the nurse because she was his starting point. It seemed like hundreds, maybe 1,000 times that he got started out and then lost track and had to sink back angry into the darkness of his mind and waited for the vibration of her feet and feels her hands on him again so he could start anew. Once he got up to 114 minutes and he thought, I wonder how long 114 minutes in hours. And he stopped in spite of himself to figure it out and discovered oh god, I got lost. I really just got lost now. Shit, that's the end discovered. Oh no. Where's 100? Okay. Discovered it was an hour and 44 minutes. Then he remembered a phase of 54, 40, or fight, and almost went crazy trying to recall where it came from and what it meant. He couldn't remember, and when he got back to the counting, he realized that he had lost a lot of minutes in thinking, and even so, he had broken a record. He was no further along than when the idea of time first entered his mind. On that day, he realized he was tackling the thing from the wrong angle because the figure is out. He would have to stay awake for 24 hours in a stretch, counting steadily at the time without making a mistake. In the first place, it almost impossible for a normal person to stay awake counting that long, much less as a guy whose body was 2/3 asleep to begin with. In second place, he couldn't help making a mistake because he couldn't keep the minute figures separate in his mind from the second figures. He would be counting along on the seconds when all of a sudden he would get panicky and then think, how many minutes was it I had? And even though he was almost positive it was 22 or 37 or whatever the thing of doubt that had first caused him to ask the question, hung on, and then he was sure he was wrong, but at the time he had lost count again. He never succeeded in counting the time from one visit to next, but he began to realize that even if he did, he would have to keep 3 sets of figures, the seconds, the minutes, and the count of the nurse's visits until 24 hours were completed. Then he would have to stop sometime to reduce the minutes to hours because when the minute figures got too high, he wouldn't be able to remember them at all. So with the hours, he would have a 4th set of figures and counting just the seconds and minutes, which was as far as he ever got. He tried to pretend that they were actual figures that he could see on the blackboard. He pretended he was in a room with a blackboard on the right side and another on the left. He would keep the minutes on the left and the left-hand blackboard, and they would be free when he needed to add another to them. But it didn't work. He couldn't remember. Each time he failed, he'd feel choking gasps in his chest and stomach, and he knew that he was crying. He decided to forget all that counting and check up on simpler things. It didn't take long to discover that he had a bowel movement at once every 3 visits. Can't read today. From the nurses, although sometimes it took 4 visits, but it didn't tell him anything. He remembered that the doctors used to say twice a day was healthy, but doctors were talking about normal food, and they ate it with their mouths and swallowed it in their throats. The stuff he was fed gave him as much higher average than ordinary people. That he would just lie in his bed once a year to the next. He might not be needed much food, and so this score might be less than ordinary people. Then he discovered that his bath and change of bed clothes came about once in every 12 visits. It was 13 once, and another time was only 10, so he didn't count it absolutely. But it was at least a figure. He was a little surprised to discover that where he had first thought of seconds and minutes, he was now thinking of days, even series of days. That was he got on the right track. It came to him while he was lying and feeling the skin of his neck, the line that covers that made his throat. He got to imagine the mountain range snuggling down against his throat. He had 1 or 2 strangling dreams from them, but he kept on thinking. He got to thinking that the only part of him that was covered up, that was free, that was just as it should be, was the skin on the sides of his neck, which went from the cover line to his ears and half of his forehead above the mask. The skin and his hair. He said to himself, maybe there is a way you could use these paths of skin. They are free to the air, and they are healthy. And a guy with a few healthy things, you got should put them to use. So he got thinking of what a man do with skin, and he realized it used to a feel with. It didn't seem enough, but he thought about skin so much that he remembered that you can also sweat with it. And that you can start sweating when you're hot. But by the time the sweat covered your skin, you're cool from the air drying the sweat. He got the idea of heat and cold. That's how he came to wait for the sunrise. The whole thing was simple. That his stomach grew hard with excitement just thinking about it. All he had to do was to feel with his skin. When the temperature changed from cool to warm, he would know it was sunrise in the beginning of the day. Then when he would check, right through counting the nurse's visits to the next sunrise, then he would have the number of her visits per day, and would forever afterward be able to tell time. He started trying to stay at work until the change in temperature occurred, but half a dozen times running, he fell asleep before it happened. Other times he got confused, thinking to himself, is it hot now or is it cool? What kind of change am I waiting for? Maybe I am running a fever. Maybe I am too excited and I'm sweating from excitement that will spoil the whole thing. Oh, please, God, don't let me sweat. Don't make me sweat. Don't let me run a temperature. Don't let me know whenever I'm hot now or whether I'm cold. Give me an idea when the sunrise is coming. I'll be able to catch it. Then, after a long, long while, with a lot of thought starts, he said to himself, here, sit down and think this thing over seriously. Right now, you're panicking, you're too anxious, you're too blundering. Each time you make a mistake, you lost time. And then, one thing you can afford to lose. Think whatever happens in the morning in the hospital and try to figure out what follows that. That's easy, he said to himself. In the mornings in the hospital, nurses tried to get their heavy work done. That meant he was bathed, and his bedclothes were probably changed in the morning. He would have to take that as a starting point. He had to assure a few things, and the first assumption would be able that this was true. He already knew the bath and the change of the bedding. Come on, an average once in every 12 visits. Now he begins assuming again. You can think in the hospital what it's like that your bedding would be changed at least every other day. Maybe it was once a day. He didn't think because at the rate of the changes in every 12 visits, they will make the nurse visits every 2 hours. And there was so little to do, he couldn't see why her trips should be that often. So he figured out that every 2 days, she bathed him, changed his bed clothes, and that she did this in the morning. If this was true, she came into the room 6 times a day and night. That will make it every 4 hours. The simplest schedule for her to follow will become into 8, 12, 4, 8, 12, 4, and so on. She will probably change the bedding as early as possible in the morning. So that will be at 8 o'clock. That would be at 8 o'clock. Now he said to himself, what do you want to try to check up on the sunrise? First, or the sunset? He decided it was the sunrise because when the sun sets, the warmth of the day usually hangs and the change is slow. That those two pieces of skin of his neck will not be able to catch it. But in the early dawn evenings is cool, and almost the first flash of sunlight should give it some kind of heat. At least the change should be more complete in the morning than at night, so he could catch the sunrise. He had been panicking minute when he thought it was if you are on the west side of the hospital and the setting sun comes in full on the bed, then you mistake that for sunrise. What if you're on the north or south side of the hospital? You never get the direct sunlight at all. Maybe would be simpler. Then he realized that if he were on the wet side and caught the heat of the setting sun, he would still have visits from the nurse to check on to tell him which was which, because by now he was convinced she changed the bedclothes in the morning. Now, you damn fool, you said to himself, you're getting things so complicated you never get out, even you don't stop. The first thing to do is catch the sunrise. Next time the nurse comes into the room and baths you and changes the bedclothes, you're going to assume it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Then you think about anything you want to without worrying, or you can even go to sleep. Because each time she comes and she awakens you, you will wait and count 5 visits. And that should make the 5th one somehow around 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning is just before sunrise. So the 5th visit from the nurse will stay awake and concentrate every bit of your mind and skin on the job of catching the temperature change when it comes. Maybe it will work, maybe it won't. If it does, all you have to do is to wait 6 more trips and see if there was another sunrise. And if there is, you will have the number of trips every 24 hours. And that will give you a way of setting a calculator around the nurse's visits. Oh, the calendar, not calculator. Calendar around the nurse's visits. The important thing is to catch the 2 sunrises in a row. Then you have to trap time forever. Then you have to begin to catch up with the world. It was 8 visits later, before he left, before he felt the nurse's hands on him as she took off his nightshirt, and began to sponge his stump with warm water. He felt his heart quicken, and his blood sent a warm glow of excitement up to his skin, because he was going to start out once more to trap time, only now he was doing it smartly. He was doing it wisely. He felt himself roll over on his side and held there while the bed quivered from the nurse's work. Then he rolled his back between Quist's cool sheets. The nurse thumped around at the foot of the bed for a minute. He felt the vibrations of her footsteps as she walked from place to place in the room. Then the vibrations recede. I think it's receded? No, it was recede. Recede? Recede? Oh, recede. Recede. And there was a sharp little tremor of the door closing, and he knew he was alone. Calm down, he said to himself. Calm down, because you haven't proved anything yet. You may have this thing dumped out all wrong. Maybe the things you assumed were all wrong. But if they are, then you got to make a whole new set of assumptions. So don't get so cocky. Just calm down, lie back, and count 5 more visits. He dozed off a little, and he thought a lot of things, but always on the blackboard in his mind, he kept the number 2 or 3 or whatever. If only comes the 5th visit. Came with the nurse's feet vibrating against the floor, and her hands on on him on the bed, occurring all the things he had figured out now be 4 o'clock in the morning. And in a little light, depending on whenever, it was winter or summer, or fall or spring, the sun would rise. When she left, he began concentrating. He didn't dare fall asleep. He didn't dare permit his mind to wander for 1 minute. He didn't dare let the suffocation excitement that was all over him inside of him interfere with his thinking and feeling as he lay there waiting for the sunrise. When he came on the trail of something so precious, so exciting that it was almost like it being born all over again into the world. Hey there, he thought, in 1 hour, 3 hours certainly, 10 hours, I will feel a change on my skin. Then I would know whenever is day or night. It seemed that the time was perfectly still, it's just to spite him. He got panicky little spasms when he felt sure that a change will occur without him catching it. With each little spasm, he seemed to get sick at his stomach. Then there would be a clear period when he would very calmly feel on his skin and convince himself that he was sane, that he hadn't fallen asleep and missed it, and his mind hadn't wondered that the change was still ahead. And then all of a sudden he realized it was coming. The muscles in his back and his thighs and stomach stiffened because he knew it was coming. You could almost feel that the sweat squeeze out of his body as he tried to hold his breath. At least, where is it? He almost feel the sweat squeeze out of his body as he tried to hold his breath, lest he missed it. The pieces of skin on each side of his neck and half of his forehead seemed to tangle, as if they have been paralyzed. No, he's getting was fresh applied of blood. It felt if it was pores of his neck were actually reaching out to grab at the train to suck it in. The whole thing was so gradual that it seemed impossible it was happening at all. There was no danger, no of his mind wandering or falling asleep. It will be likely falling asleep in the middle of a first kiss. It would be falling asleep in the middle of running a 100-yard dash and winning it. The only thing he could do was wait and feel with his skin and catch every second of the change, even slow movement of time. Temperature as offered him a return to life. It seemed like he lay there and expected and excited for hours. There were times when he was sure that the nerves of his neck were not readjusting, when he seemed that they had suddenly gone numb, that the change might slip away from him. Then there was other times when he felt as if his nerves had been jabbed through so near the surface of his skin that was actual pain, sharp and fine and penetrating as the grub to register the change. Then the thing began to happen swiftly and more swiftly, and although he knew he was in a sheltered hospital room, so far removed possible from changes in temperature, it seemed to him when it came that it came in a blaze of heat. It felt like in his neck was seared, burned, scorched from the heat of the rising sun. It had penetrated his room. He had recaptured time. He had won his fight. The muscle of his body relaxed. His mind and his heart, whatever parts of him there were left. He was singing. It was dawn. All over the world, or at least all over the country, to which he had brought the sun, was rising in the east, and people were getting out of the bed, and the hills were turning pink, and birds were singing. All over Europe, or all over America, it was sun up. What did it why the hell did it matter? If you didn't have any nose, so long as you can smell the dawn. He lay without nostrils, and he sniffed. He caught the smell of dew on grass, and he shivered because it was so delicious. He shaded his eyes against the first bright rays of the mountain, the morning sun, and looked off. And he saw the high mountains of Colorado in the east, and he saw the sun coming over them. And he saw the colors creeping down their sides, and in the nearest distance, he saw rolling down brown hills, which become pink and lavender, like the inside of a seashell. And still closer in the field, in which he stood and clear up to his ankles, he saw the green grass, and it was sparkling, and burst into tears. And he burst into tears. He thanked God that he could see the dawn. He turned from the sunrise and looked toward the little town in which he lived, toward the little town in which he had been born. All over the rooftops were rosy with the dawn. Even the houses, they were unpainted, and the square and the squat and the ugly were beautiful. He heard the lowing of the cows waited to be milked in the backyards, for the town in which he had been born was a very sensible town, and each man had his cow. You heard the slam of the back screen doors as sleepy householders went to the chicken yard or to the barnyard to care of their animals. As he could see inside the houses, where men were getting out of the bed and yawning healthy and scratching their chest, groping their house slippers, and finally getting up and going into the kitchen where their wives had sausages and hot cakes and coffee for them. He saw babies squirming in their cribs and rubbing their eyes with their tiny fist, and maybe smiling, or maybe crying, and maybe smiling a little bad, but looking awfully healthy, as they greeted the sunshine, as they greeted the morning, as they greeted the dawn. He saw all the things and all these beautiful homely things as he looked towards the town, and he had only to turn from the town to look at the sun and the mountains. Oh God, thank God, he thought, I got it now. They can't take it away from me. He thought, I have seen the dawn again, and I see it every morning from now on. He thought, thank you, God, thank you. He thought, if I never have anything else, I will always have dawn and morning sunlight. Holy shit. Almost to a 200. So, he's actually, now this chapter, he finally know what time it is. He knows what time it is at where he's at now. He's like, okay, now it's morning since the nurse left. And he's like, you know what? I know what time it is now. I know what time it is. I'm finally be able to tell time. And it's freaking beautiful. Let me drink some more water. Like, holy shit. My voice is going away. I know it's almost 10 or 11 at night because I started a bit late. Secondly, I do sleep late on Friday night, so, that's something new. Okay. I'm gonna check how many chapters I have left. So, I am not skipping. I'm seeing how many chapters are left. Oh, crap, that's 13. Where's freaking 12? Where does 12 start? Oh, wait, this is... So, that was 11. Not 12. This is chapter 11, so this is 12. So... That's 14. Where's 14 at? That's 15. Like, we only have, like, maybe not as much left in the book yet. So, New Year's Eve, snow flying in the air, wet snow, clouds stiffening close over Shell City. Everything still with lights growing inside warm homes. No confetti, no charm. Oh, no champagne bottles, no yelling, no noise at all. The quietude of the new year for ordinary people who worked and were kind and wanted only peace. Happy New Year. His father kissing his mother and saying Happy New Year, my dear. We have been lucky the kids are healthy. I love you. Happy New Year. I hope the new one returns out as well as the old. New Year's Eve at the bakery with the guys saying, "Goddamn. I'm glad it's all over. The next one can't be any worse. Happy New Year. Hell, let's get out into the fog and get drunk." Walking out of the bakery on New Year's Eve with the bins every which way and the ovens empty and the conveyors stopped and the wrapping machines paralyzed and the dividers still and nobody but the crew going out of a strange silent place with their voices echoing flatty against dead machinery. The guys at the bakery are going to celebrate the new year. The guys in the saloons shoving free ones across the bar and saying Happy New Year and many more than them, kid. You been a good customer. Have one on the house. Happy New Year. And the hell with the prohibitionist. Someday the bastards are going to give us trouble. The girls from the hush houses and the girls from the hotels and the girls and the guys swarming out of the dirty like apartment bedrooms and music and dancing and smoke and everybody with an ukulele. Ukulele? Oh, ukulele. Oh, and having another and feeling of being lonesome that everybody has inside of them and people bouncing against you and off you and have another one and a girl passing out at the bar and a fight and a Happy New Year. Oh God, a happy New Year. Ye have continued 365 days. Now it was New Year's Eve. It didn't seem like a year. It had gone maybe like a lifetime. When you look back and you think of a time so far away that you can't clearly remember what happened a year, yet a time that has gone so quickly it seemed only a minute ago it started. 6 visits from the nurse each day, 30 days to a month, and then 365 days. It gone quickly because he was doing something. He was kept track of time. Like other people, he had sets of figures to remember. He controlled a little world of his own, lagging behind on the outside, but still never so nearer it than before. He had a calendar in which the sun and the moon and seasons had no place in a calendar, with 30 days for each month on the 12 months in a year. And now 5 extra days to make up the difference with the nurse's next visit to make it New Year's morning. He has been a very busy guy and he learned a lot. He had learned how to check everything against something else so he couldn't possibly lose a grip he had gained on time. He could tell day from night without straining for the sunrise. He knew exactly when the visit from the nurse would bring him a bath and change a bedclothes when the schedule was interrupted and the nurse was a visit late. He grew disappointed and tried to imagine what she was doing, but she when she finally came, he was excited. He could even tell his nurses apart. The day nurse was steady, but the night nurses seemed to change. The day the nurse has smooth, slick hands, a little hard like the hands of a woman who work as long as while she, so he guessed that she was middle aged, and he imagined her with gray hair. She came directly to bed from the door, and then four formed steps so he could figure that his bed was about 10 feet from the door. Her footsteps were heavy here. When the night nurses, so he took her from her for a large woman. Her steps were almost as heavy as those of the doctor who walked in once in a great while and poke around for a while, around for a little time, and then he went away. The day nurse had a way of doing things. Flip, and he was on the side. Swoosh, and his sheet slit next to him. Flop, and he was on his back. Swipe, swipe, and when was bathed. She knew her business, this old day nurse, and he liked her. Once in a great while, she came in at night instead of the night nurse. He always squirmed to let her know he was pleased to see her. She patted him on the stomach and run her hand through the thin hair of his skull to tell him, "Thanks, how are you?" The night nurses were irregular. Sometimes he would have 2 or 3 of them the same week. Most of them take more steps from the door to the bed than the day nurse, and then their treads were lighter. They closed the door softer or harder, and they wander around the room more. Most of their hands were very soft and just moist enough to go bumpily instead of smoothly over his body. He knew they were young. When a new nurse came in, he always knew what she would do first. She would pull the covers off of him, and then she would make no movements for a minute or two, and he would know she was looking at him, and probably getting a little sick. One of them turned and ran out of the room and didn't come back. That way he didn't get his urinal, and so he wet the bed, but he forgave her for it. Another one cried. He felt her tears on the chest of his nightshirt. He got a little passionate because he suddenly felt she was very close to him, and he laid in pain for hours after she left. Imagined her young and beautiful. All those things were interesting. They were important that they kept him a very busy guy. He had new universe he had organized to his liking, and he was living in it. And now this was New Year's Eve, although on the outside it might be 4th of July for all he cared. He named the days of the week, Monday through Sunday, and named the months so he could celebrate the holidays. Each Sunday afternoon, he went for a walk in some woods or outside of Paris. One is in springtime when he was on leave. He walked in them. So now, in the springtime, every Sunday afternoon, so he walked through the woods in his uniform, with his chest way out, and his legs pumping, and his hands swinging free. When July came, and the trout were biting, he went up in Grand Mesa and talked things over with his father. They had lots to talk about. They learned lots since the last time they saw each other. It was much better than worrying, his father said, "You worry so much. You didn't enjoy life That is better only I wish I knew how your mother was. Each night, summer and winter week, in and in an end week, he went to sleep with Corrine whispering to her, "God bless you, Corrine. Darling, God bless you." I don't know what to do. I'll do without you here. Besides me, every night the others all gone, and I'm alone except for you, Corrine. They slept with his arms around her, or hers around him, and it always turned together. They nested tight to another against one another, and he kissed her in his dreams all night long. A year, what the hell of a long time a year was. Kareem was 19 that day. A minute ago, when he said goodbye to her at the railroad station, she was 4 months. He was 4 months in training camp and 11 months in France. So that made her over 20. That time he had lost completely, would probably even it'd be up to another year, and now another, and others to come, others and others. Kareem must be 22 by now. She was at least 22. 3 years. It would go that away long as he lived. 10 more years and Kareem would have lines. A little later, her hair would be gray and then she would be an old woman. An old woman, and the girl at the station would never have existed. He knew it wasn't true. Kareem would never grow old. She was still 19. She would be 19 forever. Her hair would always stay brown, her eyes clear, and her skin fresh like rain. He would never let one mark her face. That something he could do for her that no other man on earth could ever do. He could keep her safe beside him, young and beautiful, forever safe from time in the world he had built, where time moved according to orders and every Sunday was spring. But where would she be? The real Kareen. The Kareen out in the world, out in time. While he slept with a 19-year-old Kareen every night, was the real Kareen with somebody else? A woman, now perhaps with a baby? Kareen grow up, went far away, having forgotten him? He wished he could be near her. Not that he could ever see her, not. He just wanted her to see him. But he will like to feel that he was breathing the same air she breathed. That he was in the same country she was in. He remembered the funniest excitement inside him when he used to start out for old Mike's house, for Kareen's house. The closer he got, the sweatier the air seemed. The air seemed. He got to tell himself, although he knew it wasn't true, that the air around the house was different. It was near to her. He never cared particularly where he was, where they had taken him, but thinking out of Kareen, he got homesick. His mind was waiting. I wish to God I was in America. I wish I was home. It seemed like an American was a friend compared to an Englishman or Frenchman. That I was because he was an American himself. The American was his home. America was his home. He had been born there. Anyone outside was a stranger. Then he would say to himself, "What do you care? You'll never be able to see or talk or walk. You won't be able to know the difference. You might know as well to be in Turkey as America." But that wasn't true. I got like to think he was home. even though he could do anything but lie in blackness. It would be better if the blackness were the blackness of home, if the people who moved the blackness were his own people, his own American people. But it was too much to hope for. In the first place, a blast enough to tear his arm and legs up must have blown all identification to hell and gone. When you have only a back and a stomach and a half of a head, you probably would have of telling what country he was from would be the place they found him. And this pretty sure he had found among Englishmen. The regiment had been stationed right along a Lemmy regiment. And when they went over the top, both the Americans and the Lemmies went together. He remembered very closely that Americans shifted to the left among the Lemmies because there was a little hill just in the front of the American position. The Germans on the hill had all wiped out 2 days before, so there was no use of Americans puffing their way up it. They were all shifted to the left as they went over, and they were all mixed up with the Lemmies. He remembered working around when he divided into the dugout and seeing only 2 Americans and all the rest of the Lemmies, just a flash of them, then a foot of them, then blackness. So he was probably in some crummy English hospital with people all taking him for a Lemmy, and on the report sent home about him was something to accept missing in action. Maybe it was eating through a tube. The English coffee was so stinking bad. Roast beef and pudding and soggy pastries and bad coffee. It was just Only he wasn't an American any longer. He was an Englishman. He was a Lemmy, and probably a citizen. That it gave him a lonesome feeling just to think about. He never had any particular ideas about America. He never had been very patriotic. Some of you talk without even thinking, but it seemed to him that if he were really lying in an English hospital, he had lost something he could never hope to get back. For the first time in his whole life, he felt like it would be a little pleasant, a little comforting to be in the hands of his own people. Those Lemmies were a funny bunch of guys. They were more like foreigners than the Frenchmen. A Frenchman you could understand, but a Lemmy was always twitching his nose when you couldn't understand him at all. When you were stationed right next to them for 2 months, you began to understand just how foreign they are. They did some funny things. There was a little Scotchman in the Lemmy regiment who threw down his gun and quit the war when he heard that the Huns on the other side of no man's land were Bavarians. The little Scotchman said that Bavarians were compared of Crown Prince Rupert, and that the Crown Prince was the last Stuart heir to the throne of England and the rightful king, and that he would be goddamned if he would fight his king just because some Humverian pretender told him to. Now, in the ordinary army, would take you out and shoot you for taking a thing like that? But that's the way Lemmies were funny. The little guy caused hell of a stink. 2 or 3 of his just argue with him very politely instead of shooting him. And then when he couldn't get them to see things in their way, they called the colonel. So the colonel came and had a long walk with the Scotman, the Scotchmen, and everybody seemed puzzled, and the Scotchman got tougher and dared them to shoot him because he said his court-martial will bring out the truth that everything was a fraud and King George would have to resign. And how would Lloyd George like that? The colonel went away and the Scotsman stayed sitting down on the bottom of the trench, and pretty soon there came an order from GHQ transferring back of the lines for 6 weeks or until the Bavarians went away, so he wouldn't have to fire in the direction of the troops commanded by his king. That was how funny lemmings were. That's how both Americans and lemmings knew there were Bavarians across them. Then take Lazarus. He showed up one gray morning when nothing was happening. All of a sudden, out of the fog loomed the big, fat Hun coming toward the British lines. After there was a lot of walk, what he was doing there all alone in the first place. Probably he was on patrol duty and he lost his way, or else he was trying to desert, or maybe he had gone a little crazy and just wandering around there among the barbed wire and the shell holes for the hell of it. He had kind of aimless way of pitching from side to side. He would hit a line of barbed wire and stumble and try to free his way along for a minute. Finally, he would climb it awkwardly like a drunk, and come jerking towards the lemmies. It's pretty dull morning, and the lemmies were cold and uncomfortable and sore about the war. So somebody took a shot at the Hun. The poor guy stood and still peering through the fog, like he's surprised anybody would want to shoot him. Then the whole Lemmy regiment began to pop off at him. As everybody sagged, he had a kind of hurt and puzzling look. They let him lie there with one arm hanging over the barbed wire, like a sentry who has pointing the way for someone else. No one paid any attention to him for several days, and both the Americans and the Lemmies to notice that when the wind was right, that Hun was raising quite a stink. But it was only that the wind was just so, and nobody cared much until one day when a colonel who had sent the most Scotchmen back of the lines came through on expansion. The colonel was a great guy to stand on form. Colonel Timlin, who came from Manchester, always swore that a pinch the colonel will execute 9 men to keep up the moral of the 10th. Anyway, the colonel was walking along with his mustache waxed, his bony old nose high in the wind, when all of a sudden he got a sniff of the Hun. "That is a very strong odor," he said to the Corporal Timlin. "He is a Bavarian, sir," said Corporal Timlin. Oh, it's Corporal Timlin. I thought it was Colonel. Yeah, it was Colonel who had said. So this is actually Corporal Timlin. Whoops. Sorry. So Corporal Timlin said that he was a Hun. He's a Bavarian. They always smell worse. The Colonel coughed and blew his nose and said, "Very bad for the moral of the man. Very bad to take a squad out tonight and bury him, Corporal." Corporal Timlin started to explain that the things were pretty figgy out there even at night, but the Colonel interrupted him, and Corporal, he said, suffering his handkerchief back into his pocket, Don't forget a word of prayer. Corporal Timber said, yes, sir. And then he looked hard at his men to see who was grinning so they could figure out to take out the burial squad. So that night, Corporal Timlin took a detail of 8 men, dug a hole, and pushed that Borvian into it, and the corporal said a word of prayer like the colonel told him, and he filled the hole and came on back. There was pretty cleared up next day, but the day after that, Hennany got a little nervous and began dropping shells all around the Lemmy regiment. The Lemmies weren't hurt any, but one of the big ones happened to catch the Barvian when he leaped into the air like a slow motion picture, and landed high and dry on the wire again, with his finger pointing toward the Lemony regiment exactly like a stool pigeon. That is when Corporal Timlin started calling him Lazarus. Things were pretty busy that day, although the night, every time the Lemmies had an idle half an hour, they would shoot at Lazarus in kind of a lazy way, hoping they might knock them off the wire, because they knew the nearer he was to the ground, the less he would smell, and that the Bavarian was getting awfully gamey. But he managed to hang on to the wire, and on the next morning the colonel came through again. The first thing he did was sniff the air to get a strong flavor of Lazarus. He turned to Corporal Timlin and said, Corporal Timlin, when I was a subaltern, an order was an order, and not just an interesting suggestion. Yes, sir, said Corporal Timlin. You will take a burial squad out tonight, said the colonel, and you will bury the corpse 6 feet deep. And just so that you will not take orders so lightly in the future, and you will read the full service of the Church of England over the body of our fallen enemy. But, said Corporal Timlin, you will see things pretty heavy here. And the night Colonel Timlin took a full burial squad out, they also took a sheet up to wrap Lazarus in. It wasn't very tasty work because Lazarus had gotten into the runny stage. But they wrapped them in the sheet and planted them 6 feet deep, and then all of them stood around the grave while Corporal Timlin read the burial service, maybe skipping over a few and ends and ors, but getting the general idea across pretty well. About the middle of the service, a couple flares went up from the other side, and just as Corporal was throwing the third handful of dirt into Lazarus' face, somebody got bad on him and shot him right in the back, right smack through the bottom. Corporal Timlin hollered out, God of mercy on your soul, man, those bloody bastards have shot me in the arse. That's what they're done, Mike, for cover, men. And they all scrambled back to the lines. Corporal Timlin got 8 weeks hospital leave, which was lucky for him because the whole regiment was almost wiped out 3 weeks later. A couple days later, Corporal Timlin was shot. Lazarus stopped another one and hit the fence again, and his sheets flapping in the wind and the parts of him dripping towards the ground. One of the Lemmies said that was to be expected because Bavarians never held up well after the first week. The whole regiment opened fire on poor Lazarus and managed to shoot him off the wire. You could still smell him, but you couldn't see him anymore, so everybody tried to forget him. They would have too if they hadn't been for the new subaltern. He was just a kid only 18 with very wavy blonde hair and blue eyes, looking like a 6-foot baby, anxious as hell to win the war all by himself, and he was a catch of the captain or something, and the officers made it a regular pat for out of him. He came on the front 2 days after Lazarus was shot off the wire. The boys were fond of him. They kept him pretty undercover. The kid somehow got the idea he was being picked on, and then the men would think that he was a coward. He bunked all the time and to be assigned to night patrol duty when it was no go when he sneaked on his own one night. They missed him about 3 o'clock in the morning. It was almost dawn before they found him. Somehow he wandered beyond the first line of barbed wire. When they came on him, he was lying on his stomach in a pool of vomit. Stumbling through the barbed wire, he had fallen and struck his right arm clean up to the shoulder through Lazarus. The detail fell and brought him to the officer's dugout. He was blubbering and crying and smelling to high heaven. The captain sent him back to the same night. He said it was a penalty for befooling the officer's dugout, and he got very stern with anyone inquired what had happened to the kid. When Corporal Timlin came back with his new seat repaired, and someone told him the story, he asked, "How is this kid getting along?" A guy named Johnston, who kept the whole regiment posted on such things, said, "Oh, how he's mad as a hatter. They haven't even let him out of his straitjacket yet." "Well," said Captain Timlin, "when he is going to get better. The doctor said he ain't never gonna get better," said Johnston. "He's bad off, that one. Poor young blood English guy wanted to win the war so bad and going strike crazy before he got into action. Poor Lemmy kid somewhere in the hospital behind barbed wires, yelling and screaming and growling forever. That was a funny thing. The young Lemmy had legs and arms, and he could talk and see and hear. Only thing he didn't know couldn't get any fun out of it. There was no meaning to it for him. And lying in another English hospital was a guy who wasn't a bit crazy, but who wished he was. He was young, and Lemmy should swap minds. They'd both be happy. Some were crying and some suffering in the dark. It was night, now almost New Year's. There was always the young Lemmy, and here it was in the dark, sobbing and crying too. On New Year's Eve, poor young Lemmy. Don't cry, it's New Year's. This thing, a new, fresh year stretching out in front of both of us. Wherever you are, Lemmy, and maybe you're right here, in the same hospital, wherever we are, we have lots in common. We are brothers. Young Lemmy, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year. So I want to say what really happened was that the soldiers of the UK Because the babies. Regiment. Actually, there was a young kid who went to war too. And Joe wasn't the only one. Joe was not the only one, and I think I'll be done maybe around 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm still fighting to stay awake. Okay. Alright. So that's the whole summary of number 12. Now we're in 13 now. So we're almost done. We're almost there to the very end of the book. So it's like 154. We're in 160 now. So we're actually pretty not that far. We're not pretty far off. So after 13 is 14. So hopefully, I'm just checking which page 14 will be. So 14 will be around like 176. No, 172. Okay, let's do this. During the second year of his new time world, nothing happened except that once a night nurse stumbled and fell to the floor, setting up a fine vibration to his bed springs. During the third year, he was moved to a new room. The heat of the sun in the new room came over the foot of his bed, and by checking against his bath hour, he figured that his head was to the east and his other end to the west. His new bed had a softer mattress, and the springs were stiffer. They carried vibrations longer and then just helped him a great deal. It took him months to locate the door and the dresser, but they were months filled the calculation and excitement and finally with triumph. They were the shortest months he could remember in his life. All this made the third year whisk by a dream. The fourth year started very slowly. He spent a lot of time trying to remember the books of the Bible in their order. And the ones he be sure were Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the first and second Samuel, and the first and second Kings. First, he tried to put the words to the story of David and Goliath, and Nebuchadnezzar, and Shadrach, and Meshach, and Abednego. He remembered how his father used to yawn loudly around 10 o'clock at night when stretch his arms and get out of the chair and say, Shadrach, Meshach, and to bed we go. But he couldn't remember the stories that went with the characters very clearly, so were poor time fillers. That was bad because when he couldn't fill in the time, he got to worry. He got to thinking, I wonder if I haven't made a mistake in figuring out the days, the weeks, the months. He got thinking it wouldn't be impossible to drop even the whole year if a person were careless. Then would it get excited and frantic. He could check back and back to make sure that he hadn't made a mistake so far that he would get more confused than before. Every time he fell asleep, he tried to have the day and the month and the year numbers firmly planted in his mind. Least his forgot then he dreamed, and every time he awake, his first panicky thought leaped as the terrible possibility he might have not remembered correctly the numbers he had in his mind when he fall asleep. Then an astonishing thing happened. One day, toward the middle of the year, the nurse gave him a completely fresh change of bed linen. When he had received change only the day before, this had never happened before. Each third day he was changed, no sooner and no later. Yet everything was upset. And for 2 days now, he was getting the change. He felt like his hubbub. He felt like bustling around from room to room. and chattering about how busy he was and what great things were going to happen. He felt all bright with expectation and excitement, and he wondered if he would get a fresh change of linen every day from now on, or whatever they would return again to the old schedule. This was important, as if an ordinary man with legs and arms and other parts was only confronted with the possibility of living in a new house every day. It would be something to look forward to from day to day. Although the years, it'd be something to break up time, to make something a guy could stand without making over Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Then he noticed something else. In addition, they're going to give him an unexpected bath. The nurse was spraying him with something. He could feel the spray cool and misty against his skin. Then she put a clean nightshirt on him and folded his covers back at his throat. This was different too. He could feel her hand of those covers as it was passed over the fold of something smoothing. He was given a fresh mask, which she arranged very usually so it felt to his throat, as there was carefully tucked under the fold of the bed covers. After that, she combined her hair carefully and left. He could feel the vibration of her footsteps as she went away, and the little jar of the door closing behind her. Then he was alone. He lay perfectly still because it was a luxurious feeling to be completely redone. His body glowed, and his sheets were cool and crisp, and even his scalp felt good. He was afraid to move for fear would he spoil the good feeling. There was the only moment of this, and then he felt the vibrations of 4, maybe 5 people come into his room. He lay tense, trying to catch his vibrations and wondering why they were there. The vibrations were getting heavier, and then they stopped, and he knew that the people were gathering around his bed. More people than ever before. More people they had been in his room at the same time. It was like the first time he went to school and was embarrassed and bewildered with so many people around. Little tremors of expectation ran through his stomach. He was as stiff of excitement. He had visitors. The first thing that came back was mine that might be his mother, sisters, and Kareem. There was a chance that Kareem, forever lovely and young, standing by him and looking down at him at his minute, putting her head on her soft and tiny hand before her beautiful hand to touch his forehead. Then, just as he could almost feel the touch of her hand, Joy turned suddenly to shame. He hoped more than anything else in the world that was not his mother, his sisters, and Kareem, who had come to visit him. He didn't want to see him. He didn't want anybody he hadn't ever known to see him. You know how foolish it had been to wish for sometimes in his loneliness it was alright to think about having them near. It was comforting and so warm and pleasant. But the idea of this besides his bed right now was too terrible to cope with. He jerked his head confusedly away from his visitors. He knew to dislodge his mask, but was beyond thinking of mask. He wanted to hide his face, to turn his blind sockets away, to keep them from seeing the chew-up hole that was used to be a nose and a mouth that used to be a human face. A frantic that he began to thrash side to side like someone was very sick with a high fever, who can only monotonously repeat a motion or a word. He fell into his head rocket motion. throwing his weight from shoulder to shoulder to to the other back and forth and back and forth. And Hennick came to a rest on his forehead. He quieted because it was the hand of a man, heavy and warm. Part it laid on the skin of his forehead, and the part of it felt through the mask, which cut across his forehead. He lay still again, then another hand to fold the covers back from his throat. One hold and half folds. He grew very quiet, very alert, very curious. He thought very hard about who they might be. Then he had it. There were doctors that come to examining him, and they were visiting firemen. He was supposed to be a famous guy, but this time, and doctors were beginning to make I mean, spell. Ugh, fuck. This is the otter word I can't pronounce now. Great. Was somewhere here. Somewhere here. It's somewhere here. Ah, there it is. B-I-L. G-R-I-M.
Pilgrimage.
Oh, pilgrimage. So, and those were beginning to make pilgrimages. One doctor was probably saying to the others, "You see how we were able to do it? You see what a clever job we did? You see where the arm came off, and you would see the hole in his face, and you can see he still lives. Listen to his heart; it's beating just like your heart or mine. Oh, we did a fine job when we got him. It was a great piece of luck, and we were very proud. Stop by in my office on your way out, and I'll give you one of his teeth for a souvenir. They would take a wonderful polish. He was young, you see, and his teeth were in good condition. Would you like a front of one? Wait. Would you take a front one, or would you prefer a good thick tusker from further back? The thick one looks best on the watch chain." Somebody was plugging his nightshirt over his left breast. It was like it was a forefinger, and a thumb was pinching up a portion of it. He lay very quiet, now definitely quiet, his mind jumping in 100 different directions at once. He could sense that something important was about to happen. There was a little more fumbling with pinch of nightshirt, and then the cloth fell back against his chest. Once more, it was heavy and now weighed down by something. He felt something clueless of metal through his nightshirt against his chest over his heart. They had planned something on him. Suddenly he did a curious thing. He didn't down for months. He started to reach his right hand for the heavy thing that pinned on him, and then seemingly he almost clutched into his hands before he realized that he had no arm to reach it and no fingers for clutching. Someone was kissing his temple. There was a slight tickling of hair as the kiss was given. He was being kissed by a man with a mustache. For the first left temple and then his right one, that he knew that they had done to him. they had to come to his room and they have decorated him with a medal. He knew furthermore that he must be in France instead of England. Because French generals were the ones who always kiss you when they handled medals. Still, that might not be true. American generals and English generals will shake your hand since he had no hand to shake. Maybe this Englishman or American decided to follow the French costume because there was no other way to do it. But the other chances seem even that he was in France. Sorry. I'm not tired from the book. I'm almost done with it. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay. From France. When he stepped back, thinking of where he was, and he was addressing the idea it might be France, and was a little surprised to find out that he was getting mad. They were having given him the medal. 3 of the 4 big famous guys who still have arms and legs, could see and talk and smell and taste, have come into this room as they have pinned a medal on him. They could afford to, couldn't they, dirty bastards? That was all they ever had time to do. Just run and putting medals on guys, feeling important and smug about it. How many generals got killed in the war? There was Kitchener, of course, but was an accident. Other names, name them, name any of self-living son of a bitches. You could have them. How many of them got shut up so they had to live wrapped in a sheet for the rest of their lives? And they had a lot of guts coming around and giving medals. When I thought of an instant that his mother and his sisters and Kareem would be staying beside the bed, he had wanted to hide. But now that he had generals and big guys, he felt a sudden fierce of surging desire for him to see him. Just before he had started to reach for the medal without an arm, he began to blow the mask off his face without having mouth and lips to blow with. He just wanted them to just one look at the hole in his head. He wanted them to get their fill of a face that began and ended with a forehead. Lay there blowing, then instead realized that the air from his lungs were all escaping through his tube. He rolled again from shoulder to shoulder, hoping to dislodge the mask. When he lay there rolling and puffing, he felt a vibration way down in his throat. A vibration that might be a voice. It was a short, deep vibration. He knew it was making a sound to their ears. Not a big sound, not very intelligent sound, but most seemed to them at least interesting, as the grunting of a pig. As he could grunt like a pig, maybe then he was accepting a great thing, because before he had been completely silent, so he lay there thrashing and pumping or grunting like a pig, hoping they would see damned well how much appreciated their medal. While he was in the middle of there, as it was on a definite line churning of footsteps, then the departing vibrations of his guests. A moment later, he was alone in the blackness, in the silence, and he was all alone with his medal. Suddenly, he quieted. I think it was quieted. He was thinking about the vibrations of those footsteps. He had always carefully felt the vibrations. He had measured the sizes of his nurses and the dimensions of his room by them. But suddenly, to feel the vibrations of 4 or 5 people trampling across the room made him think. He may have realized that vibrations were very important. He had thought of them to this time, only as vibrations coming to him, now began to consider that also there could be vibrations going from him. The vibrations received told him everything: height, weight difference, time. Why shouldn't it be able to tell something to the outside world by vibrations also? If, in the back of his mind, something began to glimmer, it could be some way to use vibration. He could communicate with these people. Then, glimmer because a great dazzling white light it opened a such breathless prospects that he thought he might suffocate from sheer excitement. Vibrations were a very important part of communication. The fall of the foot on the floor is one kind of vibration. The tap of a telegraph key is simply another kind. When he was a kid, maybe 4 years ago, he had a wireless set. He and Bill Harper used to telegraph each other. Dot, dash, dot, dash, dot. Particularly on rainy nights when their folks wouldn't let them go out and there was nothing to do. And they just lodged around in the house and got in everybody's way. On such nights, he and Bill Harper used to do dot and dash at each other. They had a hell of a good time. He still remembered the Morse code. All he had to do in order to break through to people in the outside world was to lie in this bed and dot dash dot to the nurse. Then he could talk. Then he would have smashed through his silence and blackness and helplessness. Then the stomp of a man without lips could talk. He had captured time, he had tried to figure out geography, and now he would do a greatest thing of them. All he would talk. He would talk. He would give messages and receive messages as he would have made in others step forward in his struggle to get back. The people in his trouble, lonely eagerness for the feel of people near him, for the things that there were in their minds, for the thoughts they might give him on his own thoughts, were punly so unfinished, so incomplete, he would talk. Tentatively, he raised his head from the pillow and let it fall back again. Then he did a choice quickly. That would be a dash and 2 dots. The letter D. He tapped out SOS against his pillow. Dot 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 SOS help. Oh, don't make me fucking cry now. Come on. No, don't do this now. Why do this now? No, that's gonna make me cry from the fucking movie now. No. If anybody in the whole world helped me, if there was anybody in the whole world needed help, he was the guy, and now he's asking for it. He wished the nurse to hurry back. He would just tap out questions. What time is it? What date? What's the date? Where am I? Is it the sun shining? Or is it cloudy? Does anybody know who I am? Do my folks know I'm lying here? Don't tell them. Don't let them know anything about it. SOS help. The door to the room opened and the nurse's foot came up to the bed. He began to tap. He began to tap more frantically now. Now he was right on the brink of finding people, of finding the world, of finding a big part of life itself. Tap, tap, tap. He was waiting for her to tap, tap in response. a tap against his forehead or chest. Even she didn't know the code. She just tapped him to see she understood what he was doing. She could rush it right away for someone who could help, could get her what he was saying. SOS, 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 help. He felt the nurse standing there, looking down at him, and trying to figure out what he was doing. The mere possibility that she didn't understand after all he had gone through, discovering himself shocked himself into excitement and fear that he began to grunt again. He lay grunting and tapping until the muscles in his back of his neck ached, until his head ached, until he felt that his chest would burst from his eagerness to shout out to explain to her what he was trying to do. All he still felt was standing motionless beside his bed, looking down and wondering. Then he felt his head against his forehead. Felt her hand against his forehead. For just a moment she had laid it there. He kept on tapping, growing and angry now, and helpless, like wanted to throw up. She began to stroke his head with little gentle moments. She stroked in a way she had never done it before. She did it pitly in softness of her touch. Then her hand went from his forehead, clear back of his hair, and then he remembered that Karen used to do that sometimes. But he put Karen out of his mind and keep the tapping that was such more important, just that he couldn't stop pleasant sections. The pressure of the hand against his forehead was getting heavier. He realized she was trying to put by weight on her hand to make him tired, so he quit tapping. He began to tap all a little harder and all faster to show her that her plan wouldn't work. He could feel her vertebrae in the back of his neck crack and pop from the strain of this unexpected work. The nurse's hand grew heavier and heavier on his head. His neck grew tighter and tighter, and it had been a terrible day, and a long day, and an exciting day. His tapping grew slower, and her hands still got heavier, and finally he lay back very quietly again in the pillow while she brushed his forehead. Fucking hell. Like, you almost made me fucking cry. Like, now this is when you start doing the Morse code. So this is when you start using his head as the Morse code. Oh my god. We're almost done. We're almost there to 200. This is the end. This is the ending of the book. This is the ending of this. This is not the end of the stream. This is the end for this book. I'm reading this book from the beginning to end. So now Joe Funny figured out how to communicate with people, doing Morse code with his head. So he's using his head to do the Morse code with the long, short, long, short, 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 long, that kind of thing. But at least I know if I'm gonna do a quick break real quick. You know, people have to pee. Everybody poops. Okay? Everybody pees, everybody pees, everybody poops. Okay, I just need to take a pee real quick, and then we'll finish the book. We're in like chapter 14 now. So it's like, I don't know how many chapters in the book in total, but we're almost done. I'm almost done. The story. But, I'm gonna tell you guys some links. The links for Johnny Got This Gun, the one I have, if you want to get from Amazon or Barnes & Noble, or Books of Millions, it's in the fucking description, please. I mean, if you really want to read the book, or the original, you have to look it up in, Books a Million. I think I have the original one, but I got the one I have from Amazon. on the link in the description. Let me check the description on YouTube. But I'm gonna be on break for a bit, and I actually dropped 600 frames earlier, so everybody pees, everybody poops. Okay, everybody pees, everybody poops. Oh wait, I forgot to turn my microphone off. I forgot to mute my microphone. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry if you guys didn't hear me on the microphone right now. I just got back from my little break. to keep myself a little bit of awake. Keep myself awake. I'm sorry about that, guys. Trying to keep myself awake because I'm trying to finish this book. I'm really trying to do this in one sitting. I feel we can finish this book because we're actually almost there to 200, and this book is actually exactly 258 pages. So it looks like it's gonna be 20 chapters. I'm just saying it's gonna be 20 chapters exactly. So we're only on 14, so we actually got... So the chapter we are in now, with you guys with me, sorry I had to move my camera again twice for the fucking stream. Fuck it. Because I'm trying to figure out which is the best thing, because I'm trying to remember how the hell I got this to work. Is it this way or is it that way? Maybe it's the... Okay. You... Oh, because you're a little bit crooked. You're a little bit crooked. Shite. That's what happened. Now they go a little bit back. Okay. I gotta look like this way. There we go. Now you guys can see me better, right? You guys can see me better? Alright. Okay. Chapter 14. I was about to cry because we was talking about SOS help. I'm like, why? This is too early for that part. Okay. We're do it. He had lost all track of time. He works to trap it all. He's counting and calculating. He's counting and calculation of it might just as well never have happened. He has lost track of everything except the tapping. The instant he awakened, he had began to tap and he continued until the movement until he drowsiness overcame him. Wait, drowsiness. That's what it's supposed to be. Drowsiness overcame him. He had fallen asleep the last portion of his energy, and though he went into the tapping, so that it seemed to be dream of tapping. Because he had tapped while he was awake and dream of tapping while he was asleep. His old difficulty in distinguishing between wakefulness and sleep sprang up again. He was never quite positive that he was not dreaming when he was when awake and tapping when asleep. He had lost time so utterly that he had no idea how long the tapping and had been going on. Maybe only a few weeks, maybe a month, perhaps even a year. The only sense that remained on him out was the original 5 had been completely hypnotized by the tapping. As for thinking, he didn't even pretend to anymore. He didn't speculate about the new night nurses and their comings and goings. He didn't listen for vibrations against the floor. He didn't think of the past. He didn't consider the future. He only lay and tapped his message over and over again. People in the outside world who wouldn't understand. The day the nurses tried hard to soothe him, but she did it only if she was trying to calm a irritable patient. She did it in the much such way that he would never break, though. So as long as he had her, it never seemed to occur to her that it was a mind of intelligence working behind the rhythm of his head against the pillow. She was simply watching over an incredibly sick patient, trying to make his sickness as comfortable as possible. She never thought that being a dumb with a sickness that he had found the cure for it, but he was trying to tell her he was not dumb any longer. He was a man who can talk. He gave him hot baths. She swifted the precision of his bed. She adjusted the pillow at the back of his head. Higher now, lower. When she moved it higher, it increased the angle bent his head forward. After tapping for time in the position, he could feel pain shooting all the way down his spine, across his back, but he kept right on tapping. She got to massaging him, and he liked it that she had such a brisk and gentle touch to her fingers, but he kept on tapping. Then one day he felt a change of touch of her fingers. They were not gentle and brisk any longer. He felt the change of the tips of her fingers were, though the tenderness of her touch, he felt pity and hesitantly, hesitancy, and a great gathering love that neither him or her, nor her for him, but better kind of love than took in all living things, and tried to make them a little more comfortable and a little less unhappy, a little more little like others of their kind. He felt the change though the tips of her fingers, and a sharp little twang of disgust went through him, but in spite of the disgust, he was responding to the touch, responding to the mercy in her heart that caused her to touch him. So her hands had sought the far parts of his body that inflamed his nerves with a kind of false passion that fell in little tremors along the surface of the skin. Even while he was thinking, "Oh God, oh my God, it has come to this to here. Is this the reason she thinks I'm tapping? God damn her, God bless her. What shall I do?" Even he was thinking as he fell in with her rhythm. He strained to her touch. His heart pounded to a faster tempo. He forgot everything in the world except the motion and he suddenly pumping of his blood. There was a girl named Ruby, and she for him was the first. And it was when he was 8, maybe the 9th grade. Rudy, it was Rudy, not Ruby. It was Ruby. Ruby was younger than he, maybe only in the 6th or 7th grade. But she was the greatest big girl in Italian and very fat. All the boys in town somehow began with Ruby because she never embarrassed them. She came right to the point, and then, although once in a while you had to tell her she was pretty, but no other nonsense if a guy didn't have any experience, why, Ruby never laughed at him and never told on him. She just had it and gave it to him. The guys liked to talk about Ruby, when there wasn't anything better to talk about. They liked to laugh about her in such talks and say, "Oh no, I never see Ruby anymore. I managed to get around, I find something new every day." But all talk because they were really very young guys, and Ruby was the first and only girl that they knew. They were too shy with other girls, with nice girls. They still groom a shame of Ruby, and when they get down, they would always feel a little dirty and a little disgusted. They came away blaming Ruby somehow for making them feel that way. By the time they got to the 10th grade, none of them would ever speak to Ruby. And finally, she disappeared. She wasn't around anymore, and then they're all kind of glad that they didn't have to meet her on the street. There was Rhett down at Stumpy's Tulsa place. Stumpy Tulsa had a house in Shaw City. She had 5 or 6 girls. There were in the finest pair of Boston bulls in town. The guys, when they were young, when they were maybe 14 or 15, used to wonder a great deal about Stumpy Tulsa's place. For them, it was a wonderful, the most exciting, the most serious house in Shaw City. They would hear stories from older guys of what went down there. They could never quite decide whether they were it or against it, but they were always interested. One night, three of them went down through the alley in the back of somebody's house and crept through the backyard and tried to peek through the kitchen door. There was colored cook there making sandwiches, and she saw them and let out a howl. Somebody else came swinging into the kitchen on her peg leg and grabbed a butcher knife and came into the backyard. They all ran like hell, with Stumpy Tesla yelling after them that she knew who they were, and she was going right inside the phone, their folks, but it was a bluff. Somebody haven't seen their faces. She didn't have a telephone anybody. Later on, when they were 17 or 18 and practically ready to get out of high school, he and Bill Harper decided the hell with talking about the place all the time. So they decided to went down to something Tesla's that night to find out for themselves. They looked right in the front door. Nobody picked up a knife on them or anything. It was about 8 o'clock, and thankfully things weren't very busy because somebody came into the parlor and talked to them, and it wasn't sure at all. They were too embarrassed to say anything to Stumpy about why they came to Stumpy. Didn't say anything. They just came, didn't say anything to them about it either. So it turned out it was just to be a visit. Somebody called upstairs to the girls for a couple of them to come down and tell them to parlor, so she told the colored woman to make up a plate of sandwiches. Then she went away. Alone in the parlor, they could hear the two girls coming down from the stairs. And then they knew that now they are going to find themselves wherever all the things they have heard about the such place were true. Some of the guys said that the girls came back smack into the parlor stark naked. Another guy said they never let you see them naked. They never let you see them naked. They always wore a kimono or something. Nothing they hated, said these guys, said as much of men who wanted to see them without any clothes at all. So they sat with their hearts in their throats, waited and watched. When the girls came down, they were fully dressed, but they were dressed better than most of the Soul City girls in Soul City, and they were prettier than most of them too. They came down, sat down, and just talked like everybody else. One of them seemed to like Bill Harper the best, and the other one who seemed to like him. The one who liked him, talked about books all the time, and that he had read, and this one he had read that, and he hadn't read any of them. He was feeling pretty much of a dummy after about half an hour munching sandwiches and talking about books. Somebody else came in, and all beaming and smiling, and told them it was time to go home. So they got up and shook hands with the girls and two girls and went away. The night they took a long walk through the town, discussing all the things they have heard. Somebody Tense's place and deciding they were each other were either lies, or else they were the kind of guys that women didn't like in that way. They were bad. Maybe they'd be failures for women all their lives. Maybe there was something they didn't have. They decided not to tell anybody about their visit because they felt they were more disgraced than if things had turned out differently. Later on, they got thinking about the girl who talked books, and after thinking about it for a long while, he went down to see her again, and her name was Verette, and she seemed glad to see him. She told him if he wanted to see her, he always to be sure he made it before 9 o'clock, because after that time, things generally be pretty busy, and he did come again, and several times more, and always sent in the power, and always they talked. He got to thinking, maybe I'm in love with Roulette now. Wouldn't it be a fine thing, me falling in love with her? And how would I break the news to my mother and father? And one other hand, he would think, why all we would do is talk. What does she think I am? During the winter of that year, on through the spring, he went down to see Roulette once, maybe twice sometimes, even 3 times a month. And each time he went down, just before he knocked on the door, he just pulled himself together and he would say to himself, Joe Bonham, be a man this time. But Roulette was so nice, he couldn't figure it out. A fellow started things like that without something kind of dirty. So he never did. He graduated from high school. He got a pair of gold cufflinks through the mail, and all they had with them was a card, and that had the intentional L written on it. He had a hell of a time explaining to his folks who sent him the links, but he puzzled them very highly, and he decided that tomorrow night after graduation he would go down to Stumpy Tesla's. Now that Roulette had told him a kind of roundabout way that she loved him through the things would be different. So about 9 o'clock on the big night, he went down to Stumpy's house for hunting for some pleasant and polite way to express the thing that was his mind. He knocked on the door. Stumpy Tesla invited him, and when he asked for Roulette, she told him that Roulette wasn't there. Where she had gone? She had gone to this park every year. She takes 3 months off up there. All winter long, she buys new clothes. She saves her money for 3 months. She lives at the best hotel in S Park. She goes out with guys and she dances, and she dearly loves to have guys fall in love with her. When they fall in love for her, she's always nice to them, but she is never too nice. She is never as nice as they want her to be. She is a smart girl that Roulette and Stumpy Tesla. She eats her cake, and she has it too. And on top, she saves her money, and she has a nice little bankroll. Why don't you get a job in some other town? And then you come around in the fall after Roulette is rested up and talk things over with her. Maybe you and Roulette would be very happy. But by the time fall came, he was working in the bakery for 1,500 miles. He would never see Roulette again. There was a girl named Bonnie. She clapped him on the back one day while he was sitting in Louis' drugstore near the bakery, having a Coke. She slapped him on the back and said to him, "You're Joe Bonham, aren't you? Aren't you Joe Bonham from Shore City? Well, I'm Bonnie Flanagan? We used to go to school together. Jesus, is good to see somebody from God's country." He looked at her and he couldn't remember her at all. "Oh yes," he said, "I remember you." She nodded, and you were ahead of me in school. You never had give me a tumble. How are you? And why don't come over to see me often? I live in Bangalow Court, just 3 doors from the bakery. You work in the bakery? I know. I see some guys once in a while. Well, sweet guys are all of them. They told me you were there. He looked at her as he could tell she was younger than him, and he could tell what she was. He felt a little pain in his stomach because girls like that might come from New York or Chicago or St. Louis or Cincinnati may come from Denver or Salt Lake City or Boise, Idaho or Seattle, but they never came from Salt City because Salt City was home. He went over to see her. She wasn't a small girl, and she wasn't a very cute girl, but she was a awfully good, natured, and she was very busy with plans for the future. And she was full of life. I've been married 3 times already, said Bonnie. I've been married 3 times, and all my husband said, I look just like Evan Nesbitt Hall. Do you think I look like Evan Nesbitt doll? In the mornings around 5 or 6, sometimes they would go over to Main Street for breakfast, over in the bright, cheap, shiny, white-titled restaurants where you could get anything for a dime. They would go there and place would be filled with sleepy sailors wondering what to do now that it is morning, and Bonnie would know them all. She would slap them on the shoulders as they walked towards their booth, and when she called them by name, hi Pete, well, if it isn't old Slammy, hi Dick, oh my god, what if ain't old George? Sorry, I gotta do something funny. When they got to the booth and ordered their ham and eggs, she would say to Joe, if you're a smart guy, you stick with me. You want to go to school, huh? Joe, you stick with me. I sent you for school. I'll make the fleet. And I know all those guys, and I know where their pocketbooks are. And I'm smart and careful. I've never have seen you clip your stick with me, Joe. And we'll wear diamonds. That guy over there, he says I always look just like Evan Nesbitt, though. Do you think I look like Evelyn Nesbitt, though, dearie? There was a girl named Lucy. I think it was Lucy. Or said Lucky? She was a statue of Liberty and Aunt Jemima. And the girl you left behind about a 500,000 doughboys in Paris. They have a regular American house in Paris. And when they were on leave, they were when they are away from the trenches. And the killing of all guys went to American house, and talked to American girls and drank American whiskey. They were happy. Lucky was one of the best of the bunch. The nicest and about the smartest. She would receive him in her room, and she would always be stark naked with a great red scar, while somebody had yanked her appendix. He would come into her room pretty tired at the end of the night, and maybe a little drunk, and he would lie down on her bed and put his hands behind her head and watch Lucky. The minute she saw him, she would smile and go to her drawer. Out of the top drawer, she would bring a dolly. She said she always... She's always crepitating on that dolly. She would sit out at the floor of the bed, all brightness and gossip and friendliness, and crotchet the dolly and talk to him. Lucky had a son. He had 6 maybe 7 years old, and Lucky was keeping him in school on Long Island. And she was going to raise him to be a polo player because polo players get around and they meet all the best people, and nothing was too good for Lucky's son. He was such a cute little bastard, figuring out the house percentage, intel expenses, and medical care. Lucky still made herself from $150 to $200,000 a week to $200 to $2 a piece. But of course, we live it up. We got to dress up too. Our positions, it costs a lot in clothes, and I can tell you. But a girl's got to look smart. Lucy had been in San Francisco earthquake. Oh, are you serious right now? Damn it, box of tissues. My box of tissues knocked this fucking webcam over. I'm sorry about that. Oh my god. Okay. I blame my tripod. My tripod's being a dick. My tripod's being a dick now. I put my tissues right here. Are you fucking kidding me right now? It fucking happened. Right at the fucking time I was stretching my leg, my fucking tissue box knocked my fucking camera over. Are you fucking kidding me? Where the hell was in the box? I know she was smart. Live in San Francisco earthquake. She has been must have been 16 or 17 then, and that would make her almost 30 now. When an earthquake hit San Francisco, Loki was one on the fourth floor of the hotel on Market Street. I was entering a gentleman friend, and when I first felt that thing hit, I said to myself, Lucky, I said, that is an earthquake. You ain't going to be caught dead with no son of a bitch on top of you. So I pushed him off and I ran down into the street stark naked. And you should have seen the guys stare. The talk with Lucy, to be with Lucy, to lie with Lucy was like finding a piece in a haven, haven country. It was like breathing the air of a place you love when you're sick and dying for a breath of it. To smile to her bright chatter, to watch her bony little fingers fly as they work the crochet needle. The night noises of Paris, a foreign city just outside the window, was enough to make anybody feel better and less lonely. Paris was a strange city, a foreign city, a dying city, a lively city. It had too much life and too much death, too many ghosts. And behind the bars of the cafes, too many dead soldiers. Have a drink. Oh, Paris, it's a woman's town with flowers in her hair. No doubt, Paris was a wonderful town, a woman's town, but it also a man's town. 10,000 doughboys, Tommies, Polias, on leave. 10,000, 100,000 of them. A few days, and then you go back, and each time you go back, the chances are more against you than they were last time. Remember that there is a law of advantages, so come on, dearie, turn. A trick 5 thanks. 10 benches. $2, oh boy. What's that American voice? Me for her? What the hell is sung in a parlor and sang a cheap conic, and let's go, because out there is the east place that they call their Western Front. Is a little old guy keeps a book and figures average all day long and all night long. He never makes a mistake. Florida Lee. God save the king. Come on. Up, honey bunch. Mom, some wanna try something new? Parley. French. Bush. Francaise. I go into red wine like water and sourdough bread. And make peace, God, I find an American girl. Who don't like heaven languages? Jig jig, hell, that's not what I want. I want something loud because there is a voice I want to drown out. I want it drawn out. It's a voice that doesn't make any sound, but I can't get away with it. Somewhere is being prepared. Somewhere deep in the heart of Germany, the shell is being made. Somewhere, some German girl is polishing it right now. Polishing it, cleaning it, and fitting the charge into it. It glistens in the factory light and... Oh man, this is gonna be a lot. It has a number, and the number is me. I have a date with the shell. We shall meet soon. Motor Lomies rumbling through the streets, gathering guys up. Outside gatherings up, late ones. Come on, buddy. Time's up. Down to the station and jump to the old boxcar because you're going back to the little old guy who figures out the guy who figures all day long and all night long and never makes a mistake. Stars and stripes forever. Ta da da dee dum. Ta dee da. Try it, kid. It's good. Some guys say it. It's a good dope in it. Don't believe a thing. They tell you. Some guys say drees you out. It's called a absinthe. Let it filter down in your glass as well. Hardly voos. Yes sir, no sir, lump sum honey. Where's that American voice? God, I like to find her. Where's Jack? Where's Bill? Where's John? Gone, all gone, gone west. Taps, $10,000 for the folks back home. 10,000 some simoleons. Jesus. I know a house on Ribaldale, black and white, all nations. Americans, sure thing. You want? Oh God, that isn't what I want. I want was a long, long way off, but I take whatever you got. It's a long way to Tipperary. Lights out. Never, never. Nearer, nearer. Some top heavy. Canvas-covered German truck is plunging towards the French right now. In it are shells, and are coming to shells on the one with my number. It is coming toward to the west through the Rhine Valley. I always wanted to see it. The Black Forest. I always wanted to see through the deep, deep night coming toward France, the shell. I shall meet. It's coming nearer and nearer, and nothing can stop it. Not even the hand of God, for I have the time to set, and it has a time to set. We shall meet when the time comes. America expects every man to do his duty. France expects every man to do his duty. England expects every man to do his duty. Every doughboy, every Tommy, every pull you. And what the hell do they call the Italians? Anyhow, they are expected to do their dirty too. Lefinete, we come and sow in Flanders fields, and the puppies blow between the crosses row, and on road check off the rows for the little old guy who little guys who figures all day and all night and never makes a mistake. Oi oi parley. Voos. Jig jig. Sure, jig jig. What the hell? 5 francs. 10 francs. Who says $2? Too good. All American dollars and a glass of corn whiskey. My God, this cognac. I always thought it was swell. Drink, I heard so much about it. It is terrible to give me corn, and what do you think about of prohibitionists? 4 million of us gone, 4 million votes. I suppose we don't count. They ruin us. Yes, yeah, let's go out and hunt corn, good old American corn. Darn honey, dearie sweet, tired lonesome, want a friend, take a table, take a chair, take a bed, only don't take too long, there's a lot of guys, Harris is full of them, so don't take long. Hidden beneath, somewhere gentle, rolling in a hill, that is like a woman's breast, on the solid flesh of the land hidden under, the hill is unknown, ammunition dump is my shell, it is ready, hurry boy, hurry, dull boy, don't be late, finish whatever you have, don't have much time left, sing ragtime, jig jig song, ragtime, Michelle, sing a hot time in the small town, in the old town tonight. Sing Joan of Arc and the floor the lead scene. Munder, wait, I think it's Mademoiselle from Armatrice. I think I butchered that one. Sing a love for thee. Parley fun Française. Get up and get up and jump. Mighty fast, make the smoke frill. In the air smash. The chair smash. The windows tear down. The house. Goddamn, it moved, boy. Move, girl. Put conic in your joints and turn the lights out and beat the drums and get out of the trenches by Christmas and see Paris by night. Turn on and turn a trick for 5 Frances and oi oi. Parlez-vous hunky dory, corn in my belly. And a good guy with a book with who figures all day and all night long, and who figures faster and faster and faster, quicker and harder and stronger and faster. It will come with a rush and a roar and a shudder. It will come howling and laughing and shrieking and moaning. It will come so fast you can't help yourself. It will stretch out your arms to embrace it. You will feel it before it comes. If you feel tense yourself to accept it, and the earth, which is your eternal bed, will tremble in the moment of your union. Silence. What? This is, oh God. Can a man ever lower? Can a man ever be less? Weariness and gobsing, conclusive exhaustion. All life, dead all life, wasted and becoming nothing less than norving only the gem of nothing. And a sickness that comes from shame. A sickness like dying, sickness of faintness, and a prayer. God, give me rest to take me away. Take me away. Hide me. Let me die. Oh God, where are you? How much already dead people have gone to hide me and give me peace. That was chapter 14. That was freaking crazy. So it was like, I think that's like he remembers all the girls he met when he was alive, and when Joe was alive. So this is all about his past still. So I'm thinking we're getting closer. We already know he got drafted to the war. He's in Paris. The fuck? I'm sorry, the freaking chat thing always messes with me. I don't know why. Like every single time, the chat is always bigger in my head. There we go. I think it's a little bit down more. Myself over here. Okay, you. And that's what it is. I think this main character, like Joe, we already know he was drafted to war. We already know. So he's still in World War One. We're in the story's taking place, the aftermath. So we're gonna find out what really happened to him. We're gonna find out what really hit him, what fucked up him so bad. He kept on tapping. He kept it on for another reason, along the side and the other simple for desire to speak, which he had started himself out. He kept on tapping because he didn't dare stop, but he didn't dare think. He didn't have the courage to ask himself even it's so a simple question. How long will it be before the nurse understands what am I doing? Because he knew it might be months, it might be years, it might be all the rest of his life. The rest of his life would be just tapping. When the merest whisper, one word, with the syllables, very performed by two lips. That was all he needed to tell what he wanted. There were times when he knew he was stark, raving, crazy. Only from the outside he realized he must seem as he always had seemed. Anyone looking down on them will have no way of suspecting the breath, the mask, and mucus there lay intensely as naked and cruel and desperate as insanity could ever be. He understood insanity. He knew all about it now. He understood the overpowering of impulse to kill without having a reason for killing. The desire to beat against living skulls until they were pulp, and the passion to struggle, the lust for murder. That was more beautiful, more satisfying, more imperative than any loss he had known before. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't kill. He couldn't do it anything but tap. Instead, his goal was an old man with arms and legs and everything that goes with him. It was Joe Bonham, trapped in the darkness of his own skull, rushing frequently from ear hole to ear hole. Wherever in his skull there might be an opening. Like a wild animal, he was trying to hammer his way out to escape into the world beyond. He was trapped in his own brain, tangled in the tissues, in the brain matter kicking and gushing and screaming to get out. And the only person in the world can help him had no idea of what he was doing. He was thinking about this nurse is keeping me a prisoner. She was keeping me more securely a prisoner than any jailer, than my chain, than any stone. When they could ever build around me. He got to thinking all the prisoners he had ever read about or heard about are all the guys from the beginning of doing things who have been caught and imprisoned. He had died without becoming free again. He fought of the slaves, the little guys like himself, who had been captured in war, who had spent the rest of their lives chained like animals, and oars rowing some big guys ship for the Mediterranean Sea. He fought of them down there in the deeps of the ship, never knowing where they were going, never smiling the outer air, never feeling anything except the oar in their hands and the shackles on their legs and the whip lashes on their backs. When they would grow tired, they fought of them all shepherds and farmers and clerks and little short shoekeepers who had suddenly been taken away from their living, who had been cast into the ships and had stayed there away from their homes and their families and their native parts until finally they collapsed into their oars and died and were thrown out into the sea for the first time to touch flesh, air, and clean water. He fought of them, and he thought they were luckier than I am. They could move, they could see each other, they were more nearly living than I, and then were not imprisoned as securely. He fought of the slaves deep under the street levels of Capernaum before the Romans came and destroyed the city. He remembered a short time back in the past how he read the Copenhagen slaves. Hanging slaves. And what they did and how they were treated. How the great Caucasian lords wanting someone to guard their treasure stores would find a healthy young man and put his eyes with a sharp sticks so he wouldn't be able to see where they took him, and thus learn the location of their treasures. Then when they take the poor blinded young guy down into the passage under the level of the streets to the door of the treasure house, they chain one arm and one leg to the door, and one arm and leg to the wall, and then for anyone who enter, the seal will have to be broken, and the seal was the living body of a man who fought of the Carthaginian slaves down in the darkness, blinded and chained, and he thought they were the lucky guys. They died soon, and then there was no one there to take care of them, to make sure the breath of their life stayed in their bodies as long as possible. They were agonizing, but they died soon. They died in their agony. They couldn't stand 2 legs they could pull against their chains. They could hear, and when someone spoke with some great noble coming down into the treasure house, they could hear the blessed sound of a human voice. They thought of slaves who built the pyramids, thousands of them, 10,000s of them, of spending their whole lives to put up a dead monument to a dead king. He thought of the slaves who fought each other in the Colosseum in Rome for the entertainment of big guys who sat in the boxes and held their thumbs up or down to give the slaves life or death. He fought the slaves that disobeyed, ears loped off hands, hacked away screaming tongues, flaxed with cries for mercy as they were pulled out by their roots, so no secrets would be betrayed. Little guys all over the world, shot, drowned, stabbed, crucified, boiled in oil, whipped to death, burned at the stake. All these things were fate of slaves, and the fate of the little guy, the fate of man like himself. Only the slaves could always die, but he couldn't. He was mutilated far beyond any slave who ever lived, and yet he's one of them. He was part of them too. He too was a slave. He had taken away from his home. He was been put into service of another without his consent. He has been sent to a foreign country far from his native parts. He had been forced to fight against other slaves of his own kind in a strange place. He has too been mutilated and branded forever. He too was the last prisoner in the narrowest cell of them all. The cell of his own horrible body, awaiting only the relief of death. God help us, he thought. God help us, all the slaves. For hundreds and thousands of years, we've been tapping. Slaves been tapping away from depths of our prisons. All of us and all the little guys, all the slaves from the beginning of time, tapping. A man came into the room. A man, heavy footsteps. The man came over to the bed and threw the covers back and back again to prod his body. It was the doctor. He could imagine when the nurse was going for the doctor and saying that thing up there in the room was always tapping his head. I get nervous. I think it needs something. Come on, look at it. Look at it. Come and try to stop its tapping. So the doctor came now, and he was prodding him. When the prodding was over, the doctor took the tube from his throat, but he had a little fit for strangling like he always had. When they took the tube out clean, the doctor put the tube back into the hole and stood it quietly, doing nothing. Although they were kept his taping and how that the doctor was quiet and he tapped it harder. It was possible that the doctor might understand he was trying to do. He felt his vibration of the doctor's footsteps moving over towards the dresser, then coming back again. When he felt a cold wet against the stem of his left arm, then he felt a sharp little sting, a sharp little pain like a needle, and he knew the doctor was injecting something to his arm. Before he began his efforts, he knew it was some kind of dope. They were trying to shut him up. They were trying all along, and they knew perfectly what he was doing. Nobody with any brains could fail to do. When he knew they were doing too. And he knew what they were doing too. They were playing against him out there in the darkness, and they have tried every way on earth to make him be still. But he had outfought them, and he kept right on tapping. So now they were doping him, and they were forcing him to be silent. They didn't want to hear him. They weren't interested in anything but getting out of their minds. He shook his head frantically and tried to tell them he didn't want to be doped. Then the needle was withdrawn, but he didn't know it didn't matter whether he wanted it or not. He demanded to keep it on with his tapping, despite of them trying to string with his will to such point to as the drug overcome him. He fell completely asleep. From the efforts to strengthen his will would carry over to his sleep, and now he would overcome the tapping as he would turn on the machine, and it would continues to operate after you're gone away. But a fog settled down over his mind. A numbness took over possession of his flesh, so that seemed that each time he had lifted his head, the pillow was lifting with enormous weight. The weight grew heavier, and the tapping grew slower. His flesh became like the flesh of a dead person. His mind seemed to shrink and shrivel as the drowsiness swept over it. In his last moment, thinking, he was trying to say to himself, "They won again, and they can't win forever. They can't win. Oh, no, not forever." Okay, we're almost done. We're in chapter 16 now. Whole chapter was actually him trying to tell him, "Hey, I'm still alive, and I'm trying to communicate with you," but they didn't want to hear him. They like, "Screw you." I'm not saying they said "screw you," but they were saying to him, "We don't want to hear it. We don't care." It's like saying you don't care about your patient. Like, your patient wants to talk, but he can't talk. So the tapping was a Morse code. But the thing is, what's the point having them do a Morse code that you just don't understand it? So hopefully we meet somebody in the book that understands Morse code and probably will translate what the hell Joe is trying to say. Okay, let's continue with it. This is chapter 16, where it got, 8 more? No, 4 more left? Because I remember was actually, I think, chapter 20, which is 2 X's, is definitely the last chapter. I think chapter 20 is the last chapter. I think it is. Yeah, chapter 20. It's definitely the last chapter, and I know I'm gonna be crying after this. I mean, I'll be crying after 22. I mean, not 22, 20. 20, chapter 20 is gonna make me cry. Things began slowly to change, to go in wide, hazy circles, to dissolve into one another. It seemed that relaxing in every muscle of his body, relaxing in his brain. The bed felt softer than it had been before. The pillow at the back of his head was like a pillow of a cloud. The covers across his stomach and chest were covers of silk, of cobweb, of soft and warm air. There was something below him, not above him, nor his right, nor his left. His skin went limp and lazy against his flesh, and even his blood seemed as resting and not pumping through his heart any more, but was laying warm and liquid and still in his veins. Yet, the midst of this enormous quiet was movement. This perfectly still thing, which was him, his body and his mind, was moving slowly through a windless world. Only it wasn't the world. It was simply space, a kind of glowing space through which he was moving through whenever, slowly or rapidly. He couldn't tell because there was no air to stir at his passing. It was a kind of motion. A star must make a star without the atmosphere or life. As it completes its steady circle through nothingness, as there were colors everywhere, not rough, not violent colors, but just kind of sheddings the sky takes on at sunrise. The pinks, the blues, and lavenders of the inside of a seashell suddenly grow bigger than the sky, than everything in it. The colors floated toward him and flowed toward him, dissolved through the particles of his body, and then passed on to make way for more colors and more so wonderful and so beautiful, so big. There were cool colors, sweet smelling colors, colors that made faint high music as they passed through him. They could hear the music everywhere. And yet, it wasn't loud. It was a kind music that seems to be so thin it was scarcely sound at all. It was simply a part of a space, a sound that was the same thing as space and color, a sound that was nothing at all and at the same time more real than flesh and blood and steel. The music was so sweet, so tickling high, and then seemed a part of him just much part as the light vibrates of his body. The music is like white ghosts in the daylight. Heat and space and other colors and the music were the same thing. His body had drifted into like smoke in the sky, and now he's like them. Was a portion of time. Then the music stopped, and then there was silence. And there was simple silence, and sometimes it comes when you are in the world, the silence. When there was merely this absence of noise, it was even the silence. It comes to deaf people. It was something that the silence you hear is when you put a seashell to your ear, and the silence of time itself that is so great it makes a noise. It was a silence like thunder in the distance. It was silence so dense it can cease to be silent. Silence. It changed from a thing to a thought, and in the end, it was only fear. He hung there in the silence for waiting for a thing to happen. He didn't know what the thing would be. But he knew it would happen. If he had already seen the puff of smoke from a dynamite charge and now was waiting for the sound, then the silence was shattered by his fall. His breath was forced back into his lungs from the pressure of the air through which he fell. He was falling 1,000,000 times faster than a shooting star falling faster than light shovels falling through 10,000 years and 10,000 worlds, with things becoming louder and faster and more terrible. The great round globe's bigger than the sun, bigger than the whole Milky Way, came at them so fast they might have been cards shuffled through a pack. They came at him and hit him full in his face and burst like soap bubbles to make way for the next and the next. His brain was working at so fast that he had time to finish for each one after it had burst to prepare himself for the shock of the next. He began to whirl faster than the propeller of an airplane, and whirling made noises in his head. He heard voices, all the voices in the world, voices that had arms, legs, voices that reached out and grabbed him, voices that kicked as he sped by. Things that went so fast before his eyes that he could see nothing but light. He saw the light before he knew nothing was real. Things make shadows and shut the light. What?
So what the party do?
It was only one person left.
Well, so pretty much everyone, so after I left the party again,
No, everyone left like around like almost 12 at night. Everyone left at around 11.
Yeah. You always like talking shit about the new story game. I'm like, it starts all slow so you can get a grasp on how the game functions.
And then all of a sudden, like, seemed centered in one voice that filled the whole world. He listened to the voice. It had stopped his fall. It happened everything in the world. Everything in the world. And the universe and the nothingness around him. It was a woman's voice crying, and he had heard it before. Where's my boy? Where's my boy? He's underage. Can't you see? He just came up from Tucson about a week ago. They have him in jail for a trap. I came all the way here to get him back. They let him out of jail if he joined the army. He's only 16, except he's big and strong for his age. He always was. He's too young, I tell you. He's just a baby. Where is my little boy? He just came up from Tucson. You see him, and I came to take him home. The voice...
This video is brought to you by Duck Brand Cologne, the masochism saint.
Dude, are you serious?
Yes.
I'm doing it to stay awake, dude. This book is long as shit. No! Great, no, he fucking... Oh, wait, it was the universe. Was my boy came from Tucson trying to take him home. There it is. The voice faded away, but he knew the whole thing now. That boy was Christ. There wasn't any doubt of it. The boy was Christ, and he came up from Tucson, and now his mother was hunting and crying for him. And he could see Christ coming from Tucson, traveling out of the desert. Heat waves with purple robes flowing from him like in a mirage. Christ came right into the railway station and sat down with them. Oh, this is like the blackjack with Jesus this time. It's crazy. Now this is when Jesus is in there. It seemed like a little room where, from the station, they were all playing blackjack. They were waiting for the train to go. He didn't know the other guys, and they didn't know him. But it didn't seem to make any difference. Outside, the crowds were yelling, and the bands were playing. And here was 4 or 5 guys in a quiet little room, and they were playing blackjack when Christ came up from Tucson and walked in on them. And the guy with the weird hair looked up and said, "You play blackjack?" And Christ said, "Sure." And the guy looked like a Swede. Said, "Then pull up a chair, table stakes, and the guy with the red hair, but be sure your bet out before the first card." I said, "Okay." He finished he fished around his pocket and pulled out a quarter and laid it down. The guy with the red hair to deal with everybody, and except to watch the cards, except the Swede, who grunted and said, "Christ, I wish we have a drink here." Christ kind a grin and said, why don't you drink it if you want it so bad?" The guy looked like a Swede and turned out and looked at Jesus. I mean, not Jesus. Looked at Christ and then looked down at the table, and sure enough, there was a glass of whiskey sitting right by his right hand. Then everybody looked down at his right hand, and everybody had a drink of whiskey sitting there. They all looking at Christ, and the one guy with red hair, with red hair, said, "How the hell did you do that?" Christ smiled. "I could do what anything hit me, only not too hard." Dealer hit him, and Jesus called that the card like it was bad news. Then he pushed his money toward to the dealer. "I could never hit a 12, but he did in a complaining voice. "I don't understand, because a 12 shouldn't be any harder than to hit a 13. Should it? It shouldn't. Only it says a guy with the red hair said, "Is all the book," said the guy. Who's like a Swede. A 12, just like any other number above, is only better if anyone tells you different. It's filled with superstition." "Gosh," said this quiet little guy, who had been winning and now was stumping the whiskey, "this stuff is mighty good liquor. Try it. It ought to be good," said Christ, still looking at his dough out there on the table. "Is 16 years old." All of a sudden, the guy with red hair threw down his cards and stood up, stretching and yawning, and all he said, "It's all bored outside. I got to go." "We all gotta go. I'm going to be killed on the 27th of June, and I just got to say goodbye to my wife and kid. And the kid is only a year and 8 months, but smart as hell already. I like to see him when he's 5. I can see him getting killed by plane. It's just after daybreak, all the cool and nice, and the brand new sun, and the air smelling good. It was going over, and I'm the sergeant, but then, so I go over first. As I get my head over the edge, bullet hits me like a hammer. I fall back clear across the trench, and I tried to tell the other guys to go without me. Only I can't talk, and they go over anyhow. I lie there seeing only their legs as they run and climb and disappear. I only kick and squirm for like a minute like a chicken, and then I struggle down and against the dirt. The bullet got me in the throat, and I struggled down there peaceful like and watched the blood run out. Then I'm dead. But my wife out there didn't know. So I got to tell her goodbye, and just like I thought, I was coming back. "Hell," said the little guy, "you have been winning your talk like you was the only one. We're all gonna be killed, that's why we're here." Christ, he's already dead. And the big Swede over there is going to catch a flu and die in the camp. And you in your corner, you're going to get blown. It's so damn high, nobody else and nobody ever have a souvenir. And me, I'm going to get buried in the trench, cave in. Smarter now, isn't it? That is a hell of a way to die. All of a sudden, they were quiet listening, and the guy with the red hair said, "What's that?" Somewhere in the air, far above, them there was music. It was high, thin music, like a ghost passing through the sunlight. It was a pale white music, so beautiful, so faint, and yet loud enough for all of them to hear. It was music like a soft, slow breeze that finds its way out of the place where there is air, where there is only space. It was music so faint, so shivery, so sweet that it made them all tremble as they stood and listened. It is the music of death, said Christ. The high, thin music of death. Everyone was still for a minute, and then the little guy who had been winning said, "What the hell's this other guy doing here? He ain't going to die." And then everyone else looked at him for a minute. He didn't know. Wait a minute. Where is he? Everybody was there for a minute. And then the little guy who's been winning said, "What's the hell's this other guy doing here? He ain't going to die." And then, this is it. And then everybody looked at him. For a minute, he didn't know what to say. He felt like somebody who came to a party who hasn't been who hasn't any invitation to. And then he had cleared his throat and said, "Maybe you're right. I might be going to be the same as dead. You see, I'm going to have arms and legs blown off, and my face shot out so I can't see or hear or talk or breathe. I'm going to live even if I am dead." They all looked at him, and finally the guy who looked like a Swede said, "Geez, he's worse than we are." Damn, that's actually more detailed. There was a little more silence, and all of them seemed to be looking at the guy with red hair. As if he was the boss. "Hell," said the guy with red hair after staring hard at him, "he's alright. Leave him alone." So we're all went out of the train. We all went out to the train. The only way out of the train, the little guy who has been winning said to Christ, "Christ, are you going with us?" Christ said, "For a little ways, but not far. I got lots of trains to meet. Lots of dead men. Lots of them. You wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe it." So they climbed on the train, and Christ made it just as easy. Little jump to swing right smack up to the top of the engine. When the train started, everyone thought it was the train's whistle made a noise, but it wasn't. It was Christ perched up through and screaming that made that noise. So the train went rushing and screaming all the way with Christ perched on the top of the engine with his clothes trailing after him and hung at the top of his voice. The train went so fast, all you can see is looking out the window was a line between the sky and the earth, and nothing else. Pretty soon the train was in the middle of a big desert. A hot yellow desert that shivered under the sun. Away in the distance was there a cloud. A haze was floating between the sky and the earth, nearer to the earth. And out there a haze Christ was coming up from Tucson. Christ floated there above the desert with purple robes dripping down and the heat waves swimming up around him. Looking at Christ there was above the desert. He couldn't stand it any longer. He couldn't stand it any longer on the train. Dead men were on the train, dead men. Or live men. And wasn't either, so he had no business being here. He had no business anywhere. There was no place for him. He was forgotten and abandoned and left forever alone. So he jumped out of the train, right through the window, and started running toward Christ. The nightmare train went through. The sunlight, its whistle screeching, and the dead men inside laughing. But he was alone in the desert, running until his lungs quaked, running toward Christ, who floated there in the heat with purple robes. He ran and ran and he ran, and finally he came out to Christ and threw himself into the hot sand at the feet of Christ and began to cry. He awakened as a man, witnessed out of the... Wait. I didn't paraphrase that chapter. I was really trying to finish this book. Like, yo. It's past 1 o'clock, man. I have to sleep. But, I said this is final, but we're almost there. We're around 200 now. That's a good thing. So it really was, after the medicine they did to him, they gave him medicine to put him to sleep because he was doing the Morse code. And I really hope they get somebody to translate his Morse code, saying, oh yeah, this is Morse code. And it would say many things. If not, it's going to say something more depressing. So, Joe actually met the other soldiers already up dead. But technically Christ is supposed to be Jesus, and Jesus said, technically, this guy shouldn't even be here at all. He has no business of being in there. And so technically what Christ is Christ is supposed to be Jesus. People like the film, they call him douchebag Jesus, but I'm not going there. But we're gonna read chapter 17. We're not far to the end now, so. He awakened as a man awakens out of a drunk. Hazy brain and foggy swimming slowly and painfully back toward reality. He awakened tapping his head against his pillow. The tapping of now had become so much a part of his awakening that the first glimmer of consciousness found him already tapping, and later on, when the exhaustion over, came to him to his mind and grew dim and crept over his body. He was still tapping. He lay there not thinking of anything. His brain's aching and throbbing and his head tapping against the pillow. SOS. Help. And then his mind sharpened and began to think instead. Only way to feel to stop his tapping is to lay still. Something very important was happening. He had a new day nurse. He could tell a minute. The door opened and she began to walk across the room. Her footsteps were light, were those of regular day nurse, as old affection fast working day nurse were heavy. It took 5 steps to bring this working day nurse were heavy. But to this new one to his bedside. This meant she was shorter than a regular nurse, probably younger too, because the vibration of her footsteps seemed gay and buoyant. It was the first time within his memory that would be the regular day nurse has not appeared to take care of him. He lay very still, tense. This was like learning a new secret, like opening a new world. Without a moment hesitation, the new nurse threw back his covers, and then, like all the others before, she stood quietly for a moment beside his bed. He knew she was staring down at him. He knew she must have been told what to expect, yet to the sight of him was probably so much worse than any description that she could do nothing for the first instant but stare. Then instantly hesitating, throwing the covers back over him, as some of them did, or running out of the room, or standing and weeping and letting the tears fill against his chest. She put her hand against his forehead. No one had ever done it before just this way. Perhaps no one had able to do it. It was like putting a hand near an open cancer. Something so terrible, so sickening, that no one could endure the foot, much less the action. Yet this nurse, with the light, happy step, was not afraid. She put her hand to his forehead and felt that her hand was so young, so small, and moist. She put her hand to his forehead, and he tried to ripple his skin to show her how much he was appreciated. The way she had done it. It was like resting a long, long period of work. It was almost like sleep. It was so lovely, so smoothing to have her hand against his head. Then he began to think the possibilities of his new nurse. For some reason, the old one was gone. The odd one had never understood what he was trying to do, had never understood what he was trying with every ounce of his strength to talk to her. She paid no attention at all. His tapping except tried to stop it. But she had gone in her place. She had a new nurse, a young new nurse, who was unafraid and gentle. How long would he have her? No one could tell. She might leave the room and never come back again. But for the moment, he had her, and he knew that somehow she felt as he felt, or she couldn't have put her hand so quickly to his forehead. If he could tap very firmly, very clearly, and very plainly to her, she might understand what no one else had considered worth trying to understand. She might understand that he was talking. The old nurse might return, and he might never hear the footsteps of the new nurse, of the new one again. If this new one went, his last chance will go with her. He would go on for the rest of his life tapping, with no one understanding that he was trying to work a miracle. The new nurse, his reprieve, has no tiny opportunity. In all the hours and weeks and years of his life, he stiffened the muscles of his neck and prepared once more, trying tapping his head against the pillow. But another strange thing was happening to arrest him. She opened his nightshirt, so that his breast was now naked to the air. She was trying to tip her finger of his breast for the moment, but he was merely puzzled and unable to understand what she was doing. But she was trying to concentrate. But then by concentrating all his mind on the skin of his breast, as he began to understand that her finger was not traveling aimlessly, it was making a design against the skin. It was making the design over and over again. It knew that was something behind such repetition and grew tense and alert to discover it. Like an eager dog spoken to by his master and trying hard to be good and to understand, he laid stiffly and concentrated on the design the nurse was making. The first time he noted above the design, it had no curves. It was straight lines and angles. It began with a straight line, moving up, then it went down an angle, then came up at an angle, and then went up, and then stopped. She repeated the design over and over, now slowly, now rapidly. The slowly again, and now slowly again. Sometimes she paused at the finish of the design, and with the strange understanding it seemed to have sprung up between them, he knew that her pauses were a question mark, that she was looking down at him, asking him if he understood, and waiting for his response. Each time she paused, he shook his head and repeated. Then she repeated the design again, once more. In the midst of his patient repetition, the barrier between suddenly broke down. With one quick rush of comprehension, he understood what she was doing. She was tracing the letter M against the skin of his breast. He noted quickly to tell her that he understood. She patted his forehead encouragingly, if to say you are remarkable and wonderful how hard you tried and how quickly you learned. Then she began to trace other letters. It's easier how to understand that she was doing. She tightly he tightened the skin of his chest that he could better receive the impression of her finger. Some of the letters have getting them. He was quick at getting them. He got a letter E. He got the letter E, and then he noted the letter R, and then he noted again another R. The R, and then he got the letter Y. Then he noted, and there was a long pause. The rest of the letter stumbled to his mind is a perfect torment. Torrent. There was a C, an H, an R, an I, an S, an T, an M, MA, an S, and the whole thing spelled Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. No, he understood. The old nurse had left to spend the Christmas holiday away from him, and this new nurse, young, lovely, beautiful, and understanding, the new nurse was wishing him Merry Christmas. He nodded back at her, punctually, and his head nod meant Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas, or Merry Christmas. He thought to himself, what a kind, hysterical happiness for 4 years, maybe 5, or maybe 6 years. I don't know how many years, but I've been alone through all of them. Although all good work is gone, and all the way of keeping time have been forgotten, but I didn't care. I am no longer alone. Years and years that he'd been alone, and now, for the first time, someone breaking through, someone talking to him, someone saying Merry Christmas. It was like a dazzling white light in the midst of darkness. It was a great, beautiful sound in the midst of silence. It was an enormous laugh in the midst of death. It was Christmas, and someone had broken through and said, wishing him Merry Christmas. He heard the sound of sleigh bells in the church in the snow, and he saw candles in the windows shining upon the snow, warm and yellow, and there were wedges of holly and with red berries and nesting like hot coals against them, and there was a clear sky overhead with clean blue, white little stars. And then there was a feeling of peace and joy and relief because it was Christmas. He had been taken back into the world. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and although the house was not a creature, was stirring not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in the hope that St. Nicholas would be there. And every Christmas Eve he could remember his mother had read the poem. Even he has so much too old to believe in Santa Claus. Even he was a man before 16 or 17 years old. He still read the poem on Christmas Eve. In the beginning, when they were all together, it was a wonderful thing to hear or read it. They gathered in the living room of the house in Shaw City every Christmas Eve before going to bed to listen to his mother read the poem. His father would have been working late at the store fulfilling the last minute Christmas orders. But at 10 o'clock, the store closed, and his father came home. It was snowy and cold outside, but the living room was always very snug, and the pot-belled, coal-burning stove would be glowing a warm, dusty red around its base. Elizabeth, being very young, would be asleep in her bed, but Catherine would be there, and his father and mother and himself. Catherine would be in her nightgown, her discarded clothes in a heap near the stove so they could be warm when she scrambled into them on Christmas morning. They have no fireplace, but so the back of the chair served for a mantel. Hang on the chair where all their stockings has his father's, his mother's, Elizabeth's tiny little baby stocking, Catherine's, and his own. His father would be sitting back in the Indy Moore's chair, and Catherine would be snug against his legs. His mother would be in another chair with the open book before her. Why his mother read the poem from a book, no one could imagine, except it was a custom, because they all knew it by heart. It would be the floor huddled up with his hands around his legs, starting at the door at the stove where the flames leaped behind ishing glass windows. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave a lustre of midday to objects below when what to my wondering eyes should appear by a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. None of them forget the poem. They recite the whole thing any time of the year because it was the poem of Christmas. At least they listened to a poem. It seemed that delicious air of mystery stole over the room. Each member of the family have a little catch of gifts hidden somewhere in the house, away from the others. It is very dishonorable for anyone to snoop on the day before Christmas, so no one ever did, but there was no harm in speculating upon where the gifts might be hidden. His mother's face, she read seemed to take on a warm, happy glow. She was there in her own house with her family around her, and they were all alive, and it was Christmas Eve, and she was reading the poem she's always read. She always read. It was so warm, it's so secure, it's so comforting to be home on Christmas Eve, to be in a nice room with a good stove, to feel somehow that here was a place in the wilderness, a place forever safe, a place that could ever change, could never be harmed, could never be intruded upon, and never. He wondered about his mother tonight. His father gone and him away, and it being Christmas Eve again. He wondered if somewhere in the world his mother at this moment might be not reading the poem. He could almost hear her voice thrill with excitement as she came to the climax. Now Dancer, now Dasher, now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer, now Vixen, on Cupid, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donner, and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away, all. Catherine's brown eyes were staring out now from her refuge by her father's legs, staring out stubbornly, yes, yet glowing with little flies of excitement. A film had came over his father's eyes, as it had withdrawn a little, and it was an imaging the scene in his own grown-up way. His mother's voice was animated, her voice trumpet as she came to the thrilling part where Santa Claus slid down the chimney and nodded and set to work with his fat little body, shaken with laughter, and then where he put a finger to the side of his nose to give a nod, and up the chimney arose, then up to the roof, where one almost could hear the scrapping of reindeers, little feet eager to be off to the next house. He spun his sleigh, his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew, like down from a Bristol. But I heard him explain, ere he drove out of sight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. They always sat quietly for the moment as his mother's voice died away. Nobody said a word because there was still something more to come. His mother laid aside the book of poems and reached for another book. She had a marker in the Bible, and she opened it now, and it was the place that was marked that began to read again. She was read the story of the little Christ child, of the baby Jesus, and he was born a major, and how the star shone over Bethlehem, and how the wise men traveled to him, and how all the angels of heaven came near to earth that night to sing of peace, and the Christ child will and goodwill toward men. He could hear her voice reading it softly and reverently, with the words coming like music from her lips. It was a funny thing. He never read the Bible story of Christmas himself. He only heard it from his mother. Read it to him. He couldn't remember the words, but he could still see the pictures that he used to come to his mind. As his mother read, he knew the story by heart. All the people were going to Bethlehem because it was tax time, and they had to appear at the courthouse and register and pay up. They had been pouring it all day long, and now it was that night, and the town was filled. Among those coming, it was a man by the name of Joseph, who was a carpenter in the town of Nazareth. Joseph had a lot of chores before he had started out, and Mary, his wife, was pregnant and couldn't keep him, so they were late. It was already dark by the time they came at the outskirts of Bethlehem. Joseph was leading their donkey, and Mary, poor white-eyed girl, was riding it, hoping they get settled soon, because she was already feeling her pain and knew they didn't have much time. It was her first baby, and she didn't quite sure what to do when the time come. As soon as they got into town, Joseph began making rounds of cheap rooming houses. It wasn't much of a success at making money. They had enough to pay their taxes and one night's rent. They went from rooming house to rooming house, with Mary getting more frightened at her pain increase. But the rooming houses were all filled because there were plenty of poor people. Even they had beaten Joseph to the bargaining places. Finally, they secured their money, and Joseph decided what they would try the hotel. They get back to a bedroom. Maybe he could do a little work around the place in the morning if their money didn't quite stretch well. But the hotel was filled too. Then Joseph began to talk very seriously to the hotel manager. See here, he said, I came a long way. I got my wife with me, and she's going to have a baby. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her out there on the donkey, and you see she's just a kid and she's scared. She shouldn't have come. She shouldn't have come in the first place. Only I couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't get anybody to stay with her overnight because they're all paying their taxes. I gotta find a place for her to sleep. There's to it. The hotel manager looked out into the darkness and saw Mary's white, anxious face. She's a pretty kid, he thought, and scared too. Like her husband says, it's been an awful mess if she has, if she has a baby on the premises. People who can't afford them shouldn't have babies anyway. But what are you gonna do about it? All right, he said to Joseph. I guess I can find a place for you. You see the passageway over there? You go right through it, and you come to the barn. There's a manger at the far end. I have one of the boys throw down some hay and make it comfortable. I don't mind telling you, I hope very much she doesn't have her baby here tonight because it will upset my guest. If the screams and they're all high-class people, including 3 Roman congressmen. But go ahead. Was it right? Was it go ahead? Yeah, I was right. Okay. Joseph said thanks and started off towards Mary. Oh, I almost forgot. Yelled the hotel keeper after him. Don't light up any fires out there in the barn. Because in my insurance, it says they're forbidden, and I can't afford to have my insurance canceled. Joseph hollered that he would be careful, and the hotel keeper went into the warm and stood in front of the fire and thought it was a shame. People having kids all over the place is good and chilly tonight, too. I don't hope she doesn't make a fuss. Begging the manager, Joseph lighted a lantern and fixed up a nice bed on hay, and Mary lay down on the bed, had her baby. It was a boy. It wrapped up in a blanket, and they had brought especially for it. And Mary, who was a good strong girl, held the baby real tight against her. I was almost sure it would be a boy, she said to Joseph. What are we gonna name it? Joseph asked her. I think I would like to name it Jesus, she said. She looked down at the baby and back to Joseph, the fright all gone from her eyes and a smile on her lips. But Joseph, staring down at 2 of them, didn't smile. Mary noticed this and said, Joseph, what's the matter? You don't look happy? It's a fine baby. And his chubby hands. Why don't you smile? Joseph said there is light around here, the head of our baby. A shine that is so soft like moonlight. Mary nodded if she weren't a bit surprised, and said, I think there might be light like that around the heads of all newborn babies. They're so fresh from heaven. And Joseph said in a kind sick voice, as he had suddenly lost something, there's right around your head too, Mary. Out of the hills beyond Bethlehem, a sheep header was trying to get a rest. The sheep was lying down and had been such a habab in Bethlehem. From so many people coming from all directions, they were sure the wolves weren't scared back into the hills, so they wasn't risking any risk in him getting 40 winks. He lay there sleeping when suddenly he woke up with a light shining in his face. He opened his eyes and started to look around. For a minute he couldn't see a thing because he was blinded by starlight. When he got himself organized, he saw a star hanging low in the sky over Bethlehem. A star so near you could almost reach out and touch it. And so bright it lighted the whole town. The walls, the housetops of Bethlehem stood up sharp and clear and white, and on the hillside around him he could see his sheep like little lumps of silver against earth. Then he heard the sounds on the road and looked off to the left, coming around the foot of the hill where the road turned into Bethlehem were 3 camels and 3 riders. The sheep herder could tell by their crows that they were Alligators of some kind. He could see the silver decorations of their saddles reflecting of the backlight of the star over Bethlehem. He watched them for a minute, thinking that they looked pretty well off to be having to pay taxes. And then they heard the music. The air was filled with angels singing to the starlight. The night that they sang in the town of Bethlehem, there is born a little baby who shall be the Savior of the world. He is the Prince of Peace and the Son of God, and his name is Jesus. Peace on earth and goodwill towards men. Rejoice everyone and sing with the angels, for this night a Savior is born. Peace, peace, peace on earth and goodwill towards man. The sheep herder, who was not used to angels singing in the sky above the place he worked, and he so knew it must be some kind of miracle, got down on his knees and lowered his head in prayer. He didn't look up for long while, even though he was afraid that all the noise might startle his sheep and cause him to spend half of the night rounding them up again. Away off in Rome, a man in the palace stirred in his sleep. He almost awakened, then he dozed off again, wondering his dreams why he was so nervous. In the manger in Bethlehem, Mary listened to the angels and didn't seem to feel as happy as when she first saw her child. She started right though. The wise men who came with presents. She hugged her baby closer, her eyes filled with pain and fear for the little baby. So this is 18 now, not 17. Yeah, 17. When he finally, wait. So technically, the new nurse was saying Merry Christmas to, so Joe cannot tell time anymore. He used to. He used to can tell time, and he lost the ability because he was doing the Morse code again. And I'm just gonna tell you, I almost fucking cried in that chapter. Fucking hell. I almost cried in that chapter, but I know chapter 20, that's gonna be it for me. Let's continue. We're in 17 and we're almost done with this. When he finally forced his head away from the thoughtness of Christmas, of Merry Christmas, he began to tap once more. Only one time he tapped firmly with vigorful hope and confidence, for he saw that this new nurse loving new nurse was thinking as hard as he was of the same thing. He has plenty as she had told him that she was determined to better down the silence which stood between him as a dead man and him as a live man. So she had already thought of the way to speak to him. He thought that she would pay attention when he tried to speak to her. The others had been too busy or too tired or else not bright enough to see what he was doing. He had taken his tapping as nervous habit as a disease, as the whim of a child, as simply of insanity, as anything but what if reality was anything but a cry from the darkness, a voice from the dead, a wail in the silence for friendship and someone to talk to. But the new nurse would understand and help him. He tapped very carefully, very slowly, to show her that he had a method in what he was doing. Just she had repeated the design of a letter M on his chest over and over again. He now tapped his distress signal back to her, but slowly. So slowly. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dot. SOS. Help. Over and over again he repeated it. Once in a while, he would stop at the completion of the signal. Then was a question mark. That was his question mark. Just let her pause, as her pause had been a question marks. He would stop and try make it visible. His hair and his forehead above the mask, take an air of expectancy. Then, when he received no sign from her, he would do it again. All the while he tapped was conscious of her near him, watching him and thinking. After a long period of waiting and watching and thinking, she began to do things. She did them very deliberately. So deliberately that her movements seemed thoughtful. For first, she slipped the urinal under the covers, touching it against his body so that he could recognize it. He shook his head. She took the urinal away and slipped the bedpan against him. He shook his head. She took the bedpan away. There was no hesitation between her movements now. It seemed that she had each move figured out before she finished the last one. She was working skillfully and intelligently to eliminate all possible causes for his tapping one by one with no pauses in between. He knew that during the time she had stood beside him, watching and thinking, she had made up her mind to plan and was putting into an effect with as little nonsense as possible. She took the blanket off of him, leaving him with only sheet covering. He shook his head. She put the blanket back on him and flew another one over to give it to him more covers than before. He shook his head. He had stopped tapping. Now waiting alertly until she was through with her plan, she took the covers off entirely and adjusted the position of the breathing tube in his throat. He shook his head. She patted the bandage over the hole in his side. He shook his head. He shook his head and marveled that he had the sense left to do it, because he was charged with excitement that he could use secretly think. She lifted the nightshirt that covered him and began gently rub his body. He shook his head. She threw the covers on him again and moved towards his head. Moved toward to the head of the bed. She rubbed his forehead smoothly. His head shook. He shook his head. She smothered his hair back and scratched his skull and message with her knuckles. He shook his head. She loosened the cord that held the mask over his face. He shook his head. She lifted the mask up, fan and gently to let the air in and be sure it wasn't sticking. He shook his head. She replaced the bandage and stopped everything. He could feel her standing beside the head of the bed, looking down at him intently and alert and eager as he was himself. She'd done everything she could think of. And now she was standing there quietly. It's saying, it's your turn now. Please try hard to tell me. I will try hard to understand. He began to tap. It seemed to him that he stopped breathing, and it seemed that his heart stopped, and his blood to his mind turned solid. It seems like the living, moving in the whole world was his head as it was trapped. As it tap, tap, tap against his pillow. He knew it was now or never. There was no good feeling himself now. This minute, this instant, this second, this very second, everything is about to be decided. Never again. He would have a nurse such as one. She might turn and walk out of the room in 5 minutes and never return. She walked away, would carry his life with her, would carry madness and loneliness, and all this God-forsaken silent screams. And she would never know if she would never hear the screams. She would simply go, and after he would be forgotten. She was loneliness and friendship. She was life and death, and she stood now waiting quietly for him to tell her what he needed. He was praying in his heart. He had never paid any much attention to praying before, but now he was doing it, saying, "Oh, please God, make her understand what I'm trying to tell her. I've been alone for so long, God. I've been here for years and years, suffocating, smothering, dead, while alive like a man who's been buried in the cassock, deep in the ground, and awakened and screams, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Let her open the lid, dig away the dirt, please. Merciful Christ, please help me. Only there's no one to hear him." And so he's dead. I know you've been busy, God. I know there are millions of people praying to you every minute, every hour for something they need. I know there are a lot more important people who are after you for big things that are all tied up with nations and continents and even the whole world. All these things, God, I don't blame you if you get blamed on your orders. Nobody's perfect, but I want is such a little thing. If I were asking you for something big, like $1 million or a private yacht or a skyscraper, I understand if I didn't get it because there are only so many dollars and so many yachts and so many skyscrapers. But only I want is to only thing I want you should take a tiny little idea that is in my mind and put it into her mind too. Maybe 3 feet away. That's all I want, God. The idea is so small, so light, that is a hummingbird carry it, a moth, a mayfly, the breath of the air that comes from the mouth of a baby. It won't take any time, and it means I can tell you what to me. Honestly, I want to ask you guys only this such little thing. It's just a little thing. He felt her finger against his forehead. He nodded. He felt her finger tap 4 times against his forehead. That is the letter H, he thought. Only she doesn't know it. She got no idea she was just tapping there to test if what I want. He nodded so hard it ached, his neck ached, and his head seemed to furl. To whirl. He nodded a hard. The whole bed shook. He nodded so hard the whole bed shook. Oh, thank you, God. He thought she got it. You put the idea where I asked you. You should. Where I asked you. You should. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He felt her hand press against his forehead, reassuring just for a minute. Then he got rapidly receding vibrations of her footsteps going away. He knew she was running from room to tell them. The door slammed behind. The sound quivered against his bed strings like an electric shock. She was gone. He lay there surprised to find out how exhausted he was. It was like he had worked 3 nights in a row at the bakery during the summer when he couldn't get any sleep in the daytime. The breath was gone out of him, and his head throbbed, and every muscle in his body was sore. Yet, inside, he was full of confetti and high-flying flags and double-time band music that marched up and up straight into the face of the sun. He had done it. He had succeeded. The thing was accomplished, and even though he lay perfectly still, perfectly exhausted, it seemed he could see the whole world lying below him. There's no telling if there was no thinking, it was no imagining. It was no imagining. It was he was so happy. It was as if all people in the world of 2 billion of them, had been against him, pushing the lid of the coffin down on him, trampling the dirt solid against the lid, rearing great stones above the dirt to keep him down in the earth. Yet he had risen, he had lifted the lid and thrown the dirt. He tossed the granite along like a snowball, and now he's above the surface. He's standing in the air, leaping with every step, miles above earth. He was like nobody else who had ever lived. He had done so much. He was like God. The doctors who brought their friends to see him would no longer say here is a man who lived without arms, legs, eyes, mouth. Isn't it wonderful? They would say, here is a man who here is a man who lie here in this bed, who only a cut of meat to hold him together, and yet a way to talk and listen to him speak. You see, his mind is unaffected by he speaks like you and me. you and me. He is a person. He has an identity. He is a part of the world. And he is a part of the world. Only he, all by himself, with perhaps the aid of a prayer, and God figured a way to figure out a way to speak. Look at him and then let us ask you, if this even isn't even more wonderful than all splendid operations we have performed upon this stump. He knew that he would never been really happy in his whole life. There have been times when he thought he was happy, but none of them were like this. There was the time when all year long he wanted a irradiator set. Then at Christmas time he got it. Then probably wasn't happy as he were ever he was a kid. There was a time when Corrine told him she loved him. She loved him. And that was... this shell was exploded and blew outside of the world. That was the happy ever as he had been up to the time the shell exploded and blew him out of the world. But this happiness, this new, romantic happiness, was greater than anything he could ever conceive. It was a great thing to absolute to turn into so out of this world that it hit him almost like Durham. His legs, they were smashed and gone up and danced. His arms that were rotted. These 5, 6, 7 years swung fantastically free at his sides to keep time with the dance. The eyes had taken from him looked up to whatever garbage heap they had been congested to, and saw all the beauties of the world. The ears that were shattered were full of silence and full of sirens rang suddenly with music. The mouth that had been hacked away from his face now was filled with dust. Returned to sing, because he had done it. He had accomplished the impossible. He had spoken to them like gone out of a cloud. Out of a thick cloud, and now he was floating on the top of a cloud, and he was a man again. And the nurse, he couldn't imagine her running through the halls. He could hear her clanging like a noisy ghost through the halls of death. He could feel her running from ward to ward, from the ward to the cripples, to the ward of the deaf man, to the ward of the blind man, and to the ward of the voiceless man, summoning all the people of the hospital, screaming out the news of the wonder that had happened. He could hear her voice as she told him that up in the little room, far away from the rest of the hospital, a lid has been lifted from the coffin, a stone has been rolled away from a tomb. The dead man that was tapping and talking. Never before in the world had the dead spoken. Never since. Lazarus and Lazarus didn't say a thing. No, he would tell them everything. He would speak from the dead. He would ask for the dead. He would tell all the secrets of the dead. And while he thought of what he would tell him, the nurse was running and running through the wards and corridors, from floor to floor, from basement to attic. Oh no, there was a great place from which so many died have gone. She was trampling through the hospital like an angel, Gabriel telling them to come to listen to the voice of the dead. While he waited for all the people she had summoned to come to him, he could feel their presence as an actor must feel the presence of 1,000 people in the moment before the curtain goes up. He could feel the vibration of the footsteps Dozens of them as thronged into his room. He could feel his bed jostled back and forth as pressing against into their eagerness. The springs of his bed seemed to spin up a constant low hum. Two of his guests shifted for positions to get a better view of the dead man who was speaking. The temperature of the room became so much warmer that he could almost feel that the heat that of their masked bodies against the skin of his neck and a half of the forehead that was naked above the mask. Then the door opened. He felt vibration of footstep, a light, one of the nurse's footsteps. He strained to feel the rest. Then come the vibrations of another footstep. This was heavier, belonging to a man. He waited for the rest. He waited for the hum of his bed springs. But everything was quiet. Everything was still. There was no one in the room for the great thing that was about to happen except him and his nurse and this heavy-footed stranger. And this heavy-footed stranger, no one at all, but three of them. He felt like an old pang of disappointment. And they should consider such a great event so lately. And then he remembered the thing that even more important than crowds is to lay there quiet like a dead man than he ever had before. He lay there waiting to receive his response. A figure came out of the darkness, a figure so enormous that it shattered against his forehead like a crash of a pail driver. Yeah. It echoed inside his brain like thunder in a cave. The finger rapped to that. The finger began to tap. What do you want? Now we're getting to the ending. We're actually like a chapter away. We're actually in the semi-final chapter. Like, I might be done at 3 o'clock in the morning. This book is fucking long. I actually was reading this book since, like, freaking that, but the last chapter's gonna make me fucking cry. I fucking know. I know the last chapter's gonna fucking make me cry. Like, I'm gonna be done. Okay. So, the nurse finally got the chance to know what he was saying, and now she got everybody into his room. Hopefully it doesn't end like the movie did. Okay. Alright. When he made out the question, when he was sure he had translated the right, he grew very quiet for a moment. It was like sitting in the silent room waiting for someone very important, someone for whom you have been waiting a long while, and then suddenly hearing a knock on the door. For 1 minute you hesitated, wondering who it might be, and what does he want, or why did he came. For just a second you were scared, because although you wanted for years, you really expected the knock. Then you get up and go over and open the door just a little, and just prepare yourself for the shock of disappointment at discovering it isn't the person you've been waiting, but when you find that the impossible has happened, that the visitor you've been praying has arrived. You were so relieved and so surprised. You don't know exactly what to say or how to begin it. What did he want? What did he want? if it was someone who if someone who longed for the sea and the ship were suddenly given his ship and then asked it where he wanted to go, he hadn't really ever expected the ship, so he had spent all his time wishing for it and no time figuring out what to do with it. After he got it, he was the same way. He had never really expected to break through it. It had been so long. He had been such a terrible trying to make them understand the whole thing. Just an idea. It had been hope for work. In the middle of it would be. Oh crap. The whole thing had been just an idea. It had been something to hope for and work for. And the more difficult it got, the more important it became. Until in the end, it was driving him almost crazy. But up to an hour ago, he had never imagined himself in the position of actually breaking through. Now he had accomplished it. The thing was done, and now they were asking him what he wanted. And even though all that was left of his life seemed to be depending on the answer to them, he couldn't organize his thoughts, even though to make sense to himself made less to anyone else. Then he thought it in another way. Maybe wasn't so much of a question of he wanted as they could give him. That was it. What could they give him? He couldn't resent the question itself and the way they asked it and ignorance they laid behind it. Who did they think they were, and what did they think he wanted that they could give him? Did they think he would ask them for an ice cream cone? Did they think he would ask them for a good book and open and fire and a cat purring? Did they think he could ask to go to a movie after after that to a soda parlor for a nice cold drink of lemonade? Did they think that he would ask for a dancing lesson or a pair of binoculars or a course of piano lessons? Imagine how surprised your friends would be. Maybe they thought he wanted a new suit or a silk shirt. Maybe they expected him to complain that the bed was a little too hard and please bring me a glass of water. Maybe they thought he would ask for a change of diet. The coffee you've been pouring into my tube lately needs a little more sugar. It tastes better. It tastes bitter to my intestines. So half of a teaspoon of sugar and stir it well, please. The hash is too wet. It needs some seasoning. I think I would like some fudge. Next time, you should grab some. Love you too. Where is it? Like some fudge. Next time you grab that tube, stick it in the piece of fudge, not a surgery, not too strong of chocolate, but smooth and a little warm. I've been waiting all these years and tapping all these months because I love fudge so much. Okay, this is funny. They should know what he wanted, the silly bastards. They should know he couldn't give it to them. He wanted the things they took for granted that nobody could ever give him. He wanted his eyes to see with, 2 eyes to see sunlight and moonlight, and the blue mountains and tall trees, and little ants and houses that people live, and flowers opening in the morning, and the snow on the ground, and the streams, and the trains coming and going, and people walking, and the puppy dog playing with an old shoe, wearing it and growling at it. worrying it and growling at it, and backing away from it, frowning and wriggling his button, and taking the shoe very seriously. He wanted a nose so he can smell rain, burning wood, cooking food, and faint perfume that stays the air after a girl passed away. After a girl passed by. He wanted a mouth so he can eat and talk, and laugh and taste and kiss. He wanted arms and legs so he can work and walk and be like a man, like a living thing. What did he want was there for him. What was there left that anybody could give him? It came over him, rushing and howling like a torrent of water from behind a dam that has been broken. He wanted to get out. He could feel that his heart speed up, and his flesh tighten as the thought. He wanted to get out. He wanted to get out so that he could feel the taste of fresh air again, his skin, and imagine, even though he couldn't smell, that it came from the sea or the mountains or the cities or the farmlands. He wanted to get out so he could feel the people around him. It didn't matter that he couldn't see them or hear them or talk to them. If he were out, he would know that at least he was among them, that was not shut up in a room away from them. It wasn't right that a man should be shut up in a room. It wasn't right that he should be a prisoner forever. A man needed to be among with other men. Every living thing needed to be among its own kind. Was a man, a part of mankind. He wanted to be taken out so he could sense other men around him. Let me out, he thought. That's all I want. I've been lying here for years and years in a room, in a bed, in a little covering of skin. Now I want out. I got to get out. You can't keep a man here like this. You can't. He got to be doing something in order to be sure that he's alive. I'm like a prisoner here, and you got no right to keep me here because I've done no wrong. One room, one bed, like a jail, like in an asylum, like in a grave with 6 feet of earth above. You can't realize how a man can stand only so much of this without going crazy. I'm suffocating. I can't suffocate any longer. I can't stand it. If I have arms, I could move. I could push. I could widen walls. I could. I could throw back the covers. I could get into a bigger place. If I have the voice, I could yell and holler for help. I could talk to myself and be some company to myself. If I have legs, I could run. I could get away. I could come out into the open where there is air, where there is room, where I am not in a hole and smothering. But I haven't got any of those things. I couldn't do any of those things, so you must help me. You must help me quick, because inside I'm going crazy. I'm going insane. I'm suffocating. Like you'll all never know. Inside me, I scream and holler and push and fight for room, for air, for escape from the smothering. So let me out of here. I can get real air, feel air, and sense people. Please let me out. So I can have room to breathe. Let me out of here. And take me back into the world. The world is about to tap. He was about to tap to them in a flood of dots and ashes. When it came to him, that might be might be difficulties. After he wasn't just an ordinary guy to be released from an ordinary prison to lead an ordinary life, he was a very unusual case. All his life, no matter where he was, there would have to be people taking care of him. No matter that meant money. He didn't have any money, so he would be burdened to people. The government or whoever is taking care of him probably didn't want any money to be thrown around. Humoring a guy, spending a fortune taking care of him just so he could feel air on the outside and the premise of people around him. That might make sense to some people, but you could never get the government to understand. The government would say he is nuts. Whoever heard of a guy without arms, legs, eyes, nose, mouth, and getting any fun of being around people he can't see or hear or talk to? The government would say the whole thing is a crazy idea, and the hell with it. He's better off where he is. And besides, it's cost too much dough. And he realized that he had it in his own power to make it plenty enough to, get plenty enough. Where is that at? Oh, yeah. He is hard to make his plenty enough to pay his own expenses, and the expenses of the people who took care of him too. Instead of being a burden and a bother to the government, he could even make money for them. People are always willing to pay to see curiosity. They were always interested in terrible sights. And probably nowhere on the face of the earth was there any living thing quite as so terrible as he was. He saw an expedition of a man who was turning into stone. You could tap a coin in his arm, and so it sounded as if you were tapping against a mobile coin. It would ring so. That would be terrible enough, but not nearly so terrible as he was. Yet a man turning to stone was paying his own way and making enough money to pay somebody to take care of him. To boot, he could do the same thing if only thing would only is to let him out. He would be able to take care of everything. He would be doing good too in the roundabout way. He would be an educational exhibit. People who want to learn much, people wouldn't learn much about anatomy from him, but they would learn all about. There was to know about war. There'd be a great thing to concentrate war in one stump of a body and show it is to people so they can see the difference between a war that's in the newspaper headlines of everybody lone drives and war that's fought out lumlessly in the mud somewhere, a war between a man and a high explosive shell suddenly took fire with the idea. He got so excited over it, he forgot about his longing for the air and people. This new idea was so wonderful. He would make an exhibit for himself and show the little guys what would happen to them. And while he was doing it, he would be self-supporting and free. He would do a favor to everybody, including himself. He would show himself to the little guys and their mothers and fathers and their brothers and sisters and wives and sweethearts and grandmothers and grandfathers. And he would have a sign over himself. And the sign would say, here is war, and here's what concentrate the whole war into such a small piece of meat and bone and hair that would never forget as long as it lived. As they lived. He began to tap like a whirl as that he wanted out. His mind ran way ahead by tapping, but he kept on tapping just the same. What did he want? He tell them he wanted the goddamn fools to tell them. He'd tap it out, word by word. He remembered every bit of it. He put it down into dots and dashes that they would know as he tapped the dashes, and then they would know as he tapped. He fought faster. He grew angrier and more excited, and he tapped faster and faster, trying to keep up with the words that were pounding on inside of his mind. The words could finally use all the words, so he fought. All the years he'd been laying silent for, he was talking now for the first time. He had learned how, and he was learning to take some out. He was taken to someone outside. Let me out. He is trapped. Let me out. Out here. Let me out. I won't give you any trouble. I won't be any care. I won't need be any care. I can earn my keep. I can do a job like anybody else. I can take off my nightshirt and build a glass case for myself, for me, and take me down to the places where people are having fun, where they are on the lookout for freakish things. Take me in my glass case to the beaches and the country fairs and the church bazaars and the circuses and the traveling carnivals. You could do wonderful business with me. I could pay you for the trouble. You could give me a good pavel. You have heard of a half man, a half mowing. They have heard of a beard woman and a thin man and the midget. Again, that's it. That's fucked up. They have seen human mermaids and the wild man from Borneo, or is it Borneo, and the man-eating girl from Congo. Throw her a fish and watch her snap for it. They seen the man who writes his toe with his toes, and see a man who walks on his hands, and what's a Siamese twins, and those with a rows of unborn babies picked alcohol. But they ain't never seen something like this. This would be the goddamnest thing, the goddamnest times worth a man ever had. This would be a section in the show world. Whoever sponsors my tour will be a new Barnum and have fine notices in all the newspapers, because I am something you can really holler about. I am something you can push with money back guarantee. I am the dead man who is alive. I am the live man who is dead. If they won't come into our tent with that spilled up, then I am doing more. I am a man who made the world safe for democracy. If they won't fall for that, then Christ's sake, they're no men. They let me join the army because the army makes men. Take me along the country roads and stop every farmhouse and every field and every ring a diner going, so that the farmers and their wives and their children and their haired men and women can see me. Say to the farmers here something I bet you haven't seen before. Here's something you can't plow under. Here's something that never grow in a flower. The manure you plow into your fields is filthy enough, but here's something less than manure. because it won't die and decay and nourish even a weed. Here is something so terrible that even that we're born to a mirror or a high fear or a shoal or in the EWE would kill it on the spot. But you couldn't kill this because it is a human being. It has a brain. It is thinking all the time. It believe it or not, this thing thinks and is alive. And it goes against every rule of nature, although nature doesn't make it so. You think what made it so? Look at the metals. Real metals probably of solid gold. Lift up to the top of the case, and you would know what made it so. It stinks of glory. Take me into the places where men work and make things. Take me word and say, boys, here is a cheap way to get by. Many times are bad, and your salaries are low. Don't worry, boys, because there is always to be a cure of things like that. Have a war, and then prices go up, and wages go up, and then everybody makes a lot of money. And there will be one pretty way soon, boys, so don't get impatient. It come, and then you will have your choice. I mean, your chance. Is that your chance? Yep, your chance. Either way, you win. If you don't have to fight, why don't you stay at home? Why stay at home and make $16 a day working in the shipyards? And if they draft you, why you got a good chance of coming back without so many needs? Maybe you need only one shoe instead of two. Saving money? Maybe you're blind, but if you are, then you are never need to worry about the expenses of glasses. Maybe you be lucky like me. Look at me, boys. I don't need anything. I'm like a broth or something 3 times a day. That's all. No shoes, no socks, no underwear, no shirt, no gloves, no hat, no necklace, no collar buttons, no vest, no coat, no movies, no Varndale, no football, not a shave. Look at me, boys. I have no expenses at all. You're suckers, boys. Get on the gravy train, and I know what I'm talking about. I used to do all those things that you need right now. I used to be a consumer. I had consumed a lot of my time. I had consumed more shrapnel and gunpowder than any living man. So I don't get blue, boys, because you have your choice, your chance. There will be another war along pretty soon, and then maybe you be lucky just like me. Take me to the schoolhouses and all the schoolhouses in the world. Suffer little children, come on to me. Isn't that right? They might scream at first and have nightmares at night, but they'll get used to it because they got to get used to it. It's the best to start them young. Gather them around my case and say, here, little girl, here, little boy, come and take a look at your daddy. Come here, look for yourself. You will be like that when you grow up to be great, big, strong men, women, and you have a chance to die for your country. And you may not die. You may come back like this. Not everybody dies little kiddies. Come closer. Over there, the blackboard. What's the matter with you? Quit crying, you silly little girl. Come over here and look at the nice man. The nice man who was a soldier boy. You don't remember him, don't you? You don't remember little crybaby? You use the white flags and save tinfoil and put your savings into Fripp stamps? Of course you do, silly. Here's the soldier who did it for you. You did it for. Come on, youngsters, take it a nice look. There will be into some nursery rhymes. The nursery rhymes for the new times. Hickory, hickory, duckety, duck, my daddy's nuts from shell shock. Humpty Dumpty, but he was wise, till the gas came along and burned out his eyes. A diller, a dollar, a 10 o'clock skewer blowed off his legs, then watched him holler, "Rockabye baby, in the treetop, don't drop a bomb, or you probably flop." Now I lay me down to sleep my bomb-proof vest collar, good in the deep. But if I'm killed before I wake and remember, God, it's for you, for your sake, oh man. Take me into the colleges and universities, academies and concerts. Call the girls together and all the healthy, beautiful young girls and point to me and say, "Here, girls, is your father. Here is that boy who was strong last night. He was your little son, your baby son, and the fruit of the love and the hope of your future. Look down on him, girls, so you won't forget him. See that red gash there, with the mucus hanging to it? That was his face, girls. Here, girls, touch it. Touch it, don't be afraid. Bend down and kiss it. You have to wipe your lips after, because they will have some strange running stuff on them. But that's alright, because a lover is a lover, and here's your lover. Call the young man together and say, here is your brother. Here is your best friend. Here. You're a young man. This is an interesting young man because he knew there's a mine buried down here. Technically, there is a living meat, like a tissue that we kept alive all last summer in the lab. But this is different. Cut the meat because it was also contains a brain. Now listen to me closely, young gentlemen. That brain is thinking. Maybe it's thinking about music. Maybe it was a great symphony all thought out. Or a mathematical formula that would change the world, or a book that would make people kinder, or the germ of an idea that would save 100 million people from cancer. This is a very interesting problem, young gentlemen, because the brain does not hold some such secrets. How in the world are going to find out? In any event, you're a young gentleman breathing and thinking, and the dead like a fog. Dead like a frog. Under chloroform, with his stomach laid open, so it is a heartbeat you may see, seen so quiet, so helpless, but yet alive. This is your future, your sweet wildest dreams to be. There is the thing your sweetheart's love, and there is the thing your leaders urge it to be. Thank you, young gentlemen. Thank you sharply, young gentlemen. And then we will go back to our studies of our barbarians, resect Rome, and tell them, and take me whenever their parliaments and diets and congress and chemicals of statesmen. I want to be there when they talk about honor and justice, making the world safe for democracy, and 14 points and the determination of peoples. I want to be there and remind them I haven't got a tongue to stick into the cheek. I haven't got either, but the statesmen have tongues. The statesmen have cheek, but my glass upon the speaker's desk, every time the gravel descends, let me feel its vibration. my little jewel case. Then let them speak of the trade politics and embargoes and new colonies and old grudges. Let them debate the menace of yellow race and the white man's burning, and of course, in the course of empire, and what should we take crap of this crap of Germany or whoever the next Germany is. Let them talk about the South American market and why, and so it's bearing us out, and why our marine merchant can't compete, and why the hell let's a good stiff. No, let's give them a talk more munchins and airplanes and battleships and tanks and gases. Why, of course, we gotta have them. We can't get along without them. How the world could be protected, and how could we protect the peace if we don't have them? Let's let them form blocks and alliances and mutual assistance and pacts and guarantees and unilaterally let them draft notes and aluminums and protects and sections. No, yes, I can't. Whatever. But before they vote on them, before they gave the order for all the little guys to start killing each other, let the main guy wrap his gravel. On my case, point down at me and say, "Here, gentlemen, the only issue before this house, and that you are this thing here, or are you against it? And if they are against it, why goddamn let them stand up like men and vote. And if they are for, let them be hanged and drawn and quartered and parroted through the streets in the small chop in little bits and thrown into the fields where no clean animal would touch them, and let their trunks rot there, and many no green thing ever grows here, they rot. Tell me in your churches your green tell me into your churches your green towering cathedrals have to be rebuilt every 50 years because they are destroyed by war. Carry me in my glass box down the aisles where kings and priests and brides and children and confrontation have gone so many times before to kiss of a splinter of wood from the true cross on which was nailed the body of a man who was lucky to be who was lucky enough to die. Set me high on your altars and call on God to look down upon this murderous little children who his dearly beloved little children wave over me. The incest can't smell. Sail down the sacramental wine I can't taste. Drone out the prayers I can't hear. Go through the old holy gestures for which I have no legs, no arms. Carols out the hallelujahs I can't sing. Bring them out loud and strong for me. Your hallelujahs and all of them for me, because I know the truth and you don't. You fools. You fools, you fools, you fools. Finally, the last chapter. I'm gonna get my fucking dishes ready. This is gonna be it. He felt the vibrations of heavy feet leaving the room. The man who came into the trap in the question, and he had stood listening to his reply for how long he could imagine had gone. He was alone with his nurse again. He was left alone to wonder. He began to have misgivings. He had just suspected himself of some mistake in his count of the time, so now he was left with wide little ripples of fear shot through his flesh. He had begun to eager and tap. His message hadn't made any sense. Perhaps he made a mistake in remembering the code, so his words can come out as jumbled as letters with such meaning. His thoughts had rushed through his head, and tremendously that perhaps he haven't yet got them down in order. Insanely, perhaps 10,000 or other probabilities can between them and the message he was bleeding inside to give him, or probably the man had just gone away to talk to his superior, would soon return with an answer. That was it. Oh God, this must be it. Has to be sure of it. The man will return soon with an answer. All they have to do is lie back and rest. He was so tired. It seemed to him he was lying in some kind of dream coma like. Wait. Dream coma like a man who has spent all his emotions in one wild drunk and afterward and simply sick and disgusted and sure of the worst. He has been tapping now for weeks, months, and maybe years. He couldn't tell because the tapping had taken place of the time for him, and all his energies have gone into it. All of his energies and all his hopes and all his life. He stiffened. The vibrations were coming towards again. The man was returning with an answer. Great merciful God, thank you. Here it is. Here is my answer. Here is my triumph here. My return from the dead here. Life is vibrating against the floor. Singing in my bed strings. Singing like all the angels in heaven. A finger began to tap against his forehead. What you ask is against regulations. Who are you? The tapping went against his forehead. He paid no more attention to it. Everything in his mind was suddenly blank, hollow, became completely quiet. A moment of this, then he began to think about the message, and then certainly there was no mistake. That was exactly what it said. He knew it did. He could almost hear the whirl of pain that went up to his heart. It is sharp, terrible personal pain, the kind of pain that comes only when someone to whom you've never been done to any harm turns on you and says goodbye forever, without any reason for doing it, without any reason at all. You have done nothing to them. He wasn't to blame for the trouble he was causing, yet they were drowning to the curtain around him, stuffing him back into the room, back into the grave, saying to him goodbye. Don't bother us. Don't come back to life. The dead shall stay dead. And we're done with you. But why? He hurt no one. He tried to give him as little trouble as possible. He has a great cure, that was true, but it hadn't been eventually become so. He wasn't a thief, or a drunk, or a liar, or a murderer. He was a guy, no worse, no better, anyone else, or anybody else. He was just a guy who had to go to war, who has been bad hurt, and now was trying to get out from his prison to feel fresh air on his skin, to sense the color of the movement of people around him. That's what all he wanted. And to him who was harmed, who have no harmed nobody, they were saying good night, goodbye, stay where you are. You don't give us any trouble. You are beyond life. You're beyond death. You're beyond hope. You're gone. You're finished. Forever. Goodbye. Good night. Goodbye. In one terrible moment, he saw the whole thing. They wanted only to forget him. He was upon their constant. So they had abandoned him. They had forsaken him. They were the only people in the world who could help him. They were his last court of approval. He met rage and the storm and howl against their verdict, but it would do him no good. They have decided nothing could change them. He was completely at their mercy. They had no mercy. For him, there was no hope. He might just as well come face to face with the truth. Every moment of his life has awakened into darkness, numbness, terror. Every moment of it had been contracted upon the same day, some year, when he would break through to them. Now he had done it. He had broke through, and they had refused him. Before even in the most terrible moments, he had been vague and hope to keep him going. It had prevented him from going stark, living crazy. It had shined like a glow in the distance toward which he never stopped moving. Now the glow was gone, and there was nothing left. There was no reason for him to fool himself about any much longer. Those people who didn't want him, darkness, restoration, loneliness, silence, horror, unending horror, they were his life from now on without a single ray of hope to lighten his sufferings. They were his whole future. It was for them that his mother had borne him. Curse her, curse the world curse, the sunlight curse, God curse, every decent thing on earth. Goddamn them, goddamn them. Damn them and torture them as he was being tortured. God give him darkness and silence and dumbness and helplessness and the horror and the fear, the great horror and terrible fear that was with him now, and the duration and the loneliness that would be with him never. No. He wouldn't let them do that. Wouldn't let them do it. It was impossible for no human being to do this or another. No one could be this cruel. Be so cruel. They don't understand what all he has made. It was plain enough to them. He couldn't give up. No, he must go on and on until they understood they were good people. They were good, kindly people, and they needed to understand. He began to tap again, and tap again. Tell fragilely to humbly to please. He wanted out. He wanted to feel air again. The verge of the hospital. Please understand. He wanted to feel people of his own kind, free and happy. There wasn't good reason except that. The thing about showing them in a case forget that it was a way to raise money and make it easier on them. Only that he was lonesome. That was just lonesome. There was no reason he could give them. There was nothing he could do to accept and try to let them know that inside the skin is covered his body so much terror, so much loneliness, that is only the right, and they should permit him just a small thing as a freedom he could pay for. As he tapped, he felt his nurse's hand against his forehead, stroking him, soothing him. He thought to himself, I wish I could see her face. It was a beautiful face. It must be a beautiful face she has. Such beautiful hands. Then against the stump of his left arm, and he felt a sudden wet coldness. The man who had been tapped, his answer was replying in an alcoholic swab Oh God, he fought. I know what that means. Don't do it, please. He felt the sharpest, deadly prick of the needle. They were going to dope him again. Oh God, he fought. They won't let me talk. They won't even listen to me anymore. All they want to make me a man out of me. So that's whenever I type my messages to them that they can see he's only crazy. Don't pay attention to him. Poor fellow, he's nuts. That's what they were trying to do. Yeah, are they trying to drive me crazy? I fought so hard. I've been so strong. Been so strong. The only way they can do it is by giving me dope. He felt himself back into the place where they wanted to thrust him. He felt the tingle of his own flesh and began to see the vision. He saw yellow sand and saw the waves coming up again above. The waves he saw Christ floating in his floating robes and his crown of thorns and blood dripping from them. He saw Christ groveling in the desert in the heat coming up from Tucson. And far off the distance, he heard a woman's voice crying, "My son, my baby, my boy, my son." In sheer terrible desperation, he shut out the voice. He was pushed the vision away. Not yet, not yet. He wasn't through. He would talk to them. He would just keep on tapping. The muscles of his body were turning to water, but he only could keep on this tapping. He won't let them lower the lid to this coffin. He would scream, chew, and fight any man should do when they were burying him alive. In his last moment of consciousness, in the last moment of life, he would still fight. Would till still tap. He would keep on and on and on, keep on and on tapping. All the while, the tapping when he was asleep, the tapping was doped, tapping when he was in pain, tapping forever. They might not answer him, they might ignore him, but at least they would never be able to forget that as long as he lived here was a man who was talking to them. Talking to them all the time. His taps come slower and slower, and the vision slows toward him, and he pushed it away and swam toward him again. The woman's voice faded in and out like something that carried under the wind. But still, he tapped. He was tapping. Why? Why did they want him? Why didn't they want him? Why are they shutting the lid of the coffin against him? Why did they want him to speak? Why didn't they want him to be seen? Why didn't they don't want him to be free? It's 5, maybe 6 years now since he had been blown out of the world. The war must have been over now. No war can last that long, killing so many people. There weren't enough people to kill. If the war was over, then they're all dead, have been buried, and all the prisoners have been released. Why shouldn't he be released too? Why shouldn't he be released too? Why not unless they figured him as one of the dead, if that was true? Why didn't they kill him? Why didn't they put him at a stop to his suffering? Why should he be a prisoner? Why should he committed no crime? He had committed no crime. What right had they to keep him? What possible reason could they have to be so inhuman to him?
Why? And then suddenly he had a vision of himself as a new kind of Christ, as a man who carries with himself as all the seeds of a new order of things, as the new Messiah of the battlefield, saying to people, as I am shall you be. For he had seen the future, he had tasted it, and now he's living it. He had seen the airplanes flying in the sky. He had been in the skies of the future, filled with the black with them, and now he saw the horror beneath. He saw the world of lovers forever parted, of dreams that never consumed. I think it's consuminated of plans that never turned into reality. He saw the world of dead fathers, crippled brothers, and crazy, screaming sons. He saw the world of armless mothers, castrating headless babies to their breasts, trying to scream out their grief from their throats. They were cancerous with gas. He saw starved cities, black and cold, and motionless, and the only things in the world, in this whole terrible world, will move or a sound, were airplanes that blackened the sky and far against the horizon, and thunder of big guns and puffs and rose that rose from barren, tortured earth when their shells exploded. That was it. He understood it. He told them his secret, and now in denying him, they had told him theirs. He was the future. He was a perfect picture of the future, and they were afraid to let anyone see what the future was like. Already they were ready. Were looking ahead. They were figuring the future, and somehow in the future they saw war. To fight that war, you would need men, and men, if men saw the future, they want to fight. So they were masking the future. They were keeping the future a soft, quiet, deadly secret. They know all the little people and all the little guys who saw the future. They would begin to ask questions. They would ask questions that they would find answers. They would say to the guys who wanted to fight, they would say, "You're lying, thieving son of a bitches. We won't fight. We won't be dead. We will live. We are the world. We are the future. We won't let you butcher us no matter what you say, no matter what speeches you make, no matter what slogans you write. Remember, we are the world. We are what makes it go round. We make bread and cloth and guns, and we are the hub of the wheel and the spokes and the wheel itself. Without us, you will be hungry, naked worms, and we will not die. We are immortal. We are the sources of life. We are the lonely, disputable, ugly people. We are the great, wonderful, beautiful people of the world. We are sick of it. We are entirely worry. We are done with it forever and ever, because we are living and we are not to be destroyed. If you make war, if there are guns to be aimed, if there are bullets to be fired, if there are men to be killed, they will not be us. They will not be us. The guys who grow wheat and turn it into food, guys who make clothes, paper and houses and tiles, the guys who build dams and power plants and string and long moaning high tension wires, guys who crack crude oil down into a dozen different parts, who make light globes and sewing machines, shovels and automobiles, airplanes, tanks, guns, and oh no, it will not be us who die. it will be you. It will be you who urge us onto battle, who insulate us against ourselves. You would have no cobbler kill another cobbler. You will have no one who works kill another man who works you, who would have to kill one human being who wants only to kill another human being who wants only to live. Remember this well. You people who plan for war, remember this. This is your patriots, you fierce ones, you spawners of hate, your intentions, your inventors of slogans. Remember this. As you never remember anything in your lives. We are men of peace. We're men who work. We want no quarrel. But if you destroy our peace, if you take away our work, if you try to range us against us to the other, we will know what to do. If you tell us to make the world safe for democracy, we will take you seriously, and by God and by Christ, we will make it so. We will use the guns you force upon us. We will use them to defend our very lives. And the menace to our lives does not lie on the other side of no man's land that was set apart without our consent. It lies within our own boundaries here, and now we have seen it, and now we know it. Put the guns into our hands, and we will use them. Give us the slogans, and we will turn them into realities. Sing the battle hymns, and we will take them up where you left off. Not one, not 10, not 10,000, not 1,000,000, not 10,000,000, not 100 millions, but 1,000,000,000, 2,000,000,000 of us. All the people of the world. We will have slogans. We will have hymns. We will have the guns. We will use them. We will live. We will make no mistake of it. We will live. We will be alive. We will walk, talk, eat, and sing and laugh and feel and love and bear our children in tranquility and security, in decency and peace. If you plan wars, your masters of man plan the wars and point the way, and we will point the gun. And that, my friends, was Johnny got his gun. I'm fucking crying, dude. I'm fucking crying. I thought I'm gonna be crying, but now I am. Like, I'm sad as shit. I'm sad as shit. Oh my god. I'm tired too. The fucking thing is, I'm tired. I can't cry now. Fucking hell. I'm sad now. I knew the fucking last chapter. It's gonna make me fucking crying. I fucking called it too. I'm fucking... My voice is like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry now. Fucking hell. Oh my god. I'm fucking crying, man. I mean, you don't see tears, but right now I'm really feel like I'm crying right now, but I'm not. I'm feeling that I'm crying, but I'm not crying at all, but I really want to cry. I bet you Trumbo's fucking laughing at me right now. In heaven. Dalton Trumbo. You're probably laughing at me in heaven right now. You're probably fucking laughing at me right now. Because I read your fucking book. I wasn't terrified, but you make me fucking cry, damn it!
Fucking hell. That was good. It was fucking good. It was fucking good. I'm not kidding. It was good. I'm gonna give this book 5 out of 5. No, 4 out of 5. Getting Johnny Got His Gun for 4 out of 5. It's fucking depressing. Man, I actually like the ending message too. I'm fucking crying right now. God. I'm fucking crying now. Fucking hell. Stupid book. I ripped up Jacksepticeye, but he was saying, no, I'm crying again. Fuck. Oh, that's bullshit. Sorry, I had to recompose myself right now. Fucking, I bet you the fucking writer of Johnny Got His Gun's fucking laughing at me right now. He's probably really laughing at me right now. That's fucked. That is really fucked. And you know, I forgot when I fucking start streaming. So... Oh shit, I've been streaming for 6 fucking hours? Holy shit. It took me almost 6 fucking hours to finish reading a book. But you know what, man? I'm reading Random Horror. Random Horror might be sometime tomorrow. I need to sleep, though. But right now I need to... You know... check myself, man. Fuck. That freaking ending. That was better. But now I'm starting thinking about some shit because now after reading the book I really want to think about this question. I think that to myself yesterday at work. Oh, like when I'm done Johnny Got His Gun, I'm streaming it. If I get dropped it for any war, like maybe for America's Civil War, so I'm gonna use my right hand. Okay, my right hand's to the left. All right. This is the thing. I'm not joking. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious right now. I'm gonna fix you up. Fix the camera up. Okay. Fix you up a bit. No. Anyway. Shit. You look at me, camera. So I'm starting giving myself a question. I know this is the ending of this. This is like after reading it. Now I'm starting having a question to myself. If I get dropped it for like any young people being dropped it for America's Civil War, are we gonna fight for America's democracy? Or we're not? That's the only 2 questions. That's the 2 questions. Is the war pointless? Is the war has a point? Or doesn't have a point? As you're reading Johnny Got His Gun, I feel like there's gonna be a freaking there's gonna be an anti-Civil War movement coming out soon because I think I started it. But seriously, if you want to get Johnny Got His Gun, like the book, the one I have, the Amazon link is in there, the Barnes & Noble, and the original in Books A Million is in the description as well. And you want to watch Una's Honest, they're running out of time. We're in August 1st now. Well, technically it's August 1st, they're running out of time. Una's Honest is running out of time. Subscribe to those motherfuckers. Okay? But, oh yeah. If you people watch PewDiePie stream, if he's still doing the literature stream, hold on. If he does the literature book, PewDiePie, read Johnny Got His Gun. I dare you. I fucking dare you. I'm kidding. Like, Pewds, I dare you. Okay? Review the book. Read it and review it. Get some tissues. Fucking depressing. I was fucking crying in the end. Like hell. Fucking shit. But you know what, guys? This is the end of the stream anyway. So, fucking hell. Stupid book. I'm gonna do is, like, undisconnect shit, and I'm gonna do is end the stream. I'm sorry, guys. I end the stream. I'm sorry for, like, 7 hours. I'll fucking almost stream for 8 fucking hours. Like, literally. I'm tired. My head hurts. I should have fell asleep at 10. But I fucked up my sleep pattern, so I don't give a fuck. So, if you're watching the stream is now over. If I wasn't getting too fucking distracted by my brother, I would have been done earlier. But even though I was paraphrasing it, so the ending of Johnny Got His Gun was a message. It's a message that we shouldn't even fighting in war. Ever. And that's it. Like, that's it. If you guys don't like what I just said about, like, are we going to be fighting for America's democracy or pointless? So we don't know. Is the war not pointless? It's America's Civil War 2 has a point, and we have pointless. And I want to see your comments later today, or maybe sometime today. This shit, and I'm not joking about not subscribing. I'm not joking about Una's Honest. Why is it in the description? They fucking need people. They need people to subscribe to the channel, okay? They're running out of time. It's August, okay? They have to November. I forgot what day in November, but in November, it's over. That's it. Thank you for watching the stream, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. For tomorrow, which is today, but I'm gonna be